Good morning, good morning. Oh, I'm very close today. I'm very close, Michael. How is everybody today? Hope you're all well. I know it's been a really, really sad week, and I'm so pleased that, you know, as a community and as a family, we've all been able to come together. So thank you all so much for all your messages over the last, you know, few days, because I know it's really helped Stuart as well. He's been on air, and it's been a really, it's a really strange time to come on air, and but also I think it's really nice to come and have a little bit of light relief and to all share our memories and all have a nice chat as well. So please come on in and say hello to us. Come on in and say hello and have a chat with us, because we've got loads going on today, and I know a lot of people are very excited about seeing the gorgeous Jenny Jackson. She is eagerly waiting in the wings. She was up at 3 a.m. this morning to come down, especially for the show, or come up, and she's bringing us a new animal, a new EPP animal. So we've got a really, really lovely day. Today's show, let me have a look at what's coming up. So we've got brand new Anna Maria Horner designer fabrics. Anna Maria Horner designer fabrics. We've got the last of the Liberty range. We've got some treats that Hannah's found. A cave quilt kit that we thought had completely sold out. One has become available, so we're going to bring it to you this hour. At 9 o'clock, Jenny's going to be here, and she's got a brand new EPP elephant cushion. Can we have a little sneak peek? It's so clever. If you've been collecting these, they are absolutely incredible. They're all hand stitched. I mean, it's just amazing that you don't need to worry about pattern matching yourself. It's all been done for you. It's really, really clever. So that's at 9 o'clock. Sewing room tools at 10. We've got at 11 o'clock another brand new project from Jenny Jackson, which is this time foundation paper piecing. Different to EPP. This is on your sewing machine, and she has made the most beautiful. Look at that. I mean, the only way of normally getting this sort of precision would be in applique. So to be able to get a pieced quilt like that with FPP, oh my word, is amazing. Coming up at 11 o'clock. And then, oh, you have done it the right way around, Hannah. Hannah all morning has been saying threads and needles, and it's not really sat right with me, and I didn't know why until I said, do you mean needle and threads? She says, yeah, needle and threads, whichever way round you want to say it. Anyway, come on in and say hello to us this morning. Lots going on. And shall we start with a little discount, a little cheeky discount? Something we all need as a sewer is a thread. It is our thread pack, and is a thread. And not just any threads. I mean, these are your Gutermann gorgeous threads, and look at how well, before I open it all out, it comes presented to you in this beautiful box, and then I open it up again and you've got this lovely tin. I think this would be great as a gift, wouldn't it? Be a really nice gift. You get 48 shades of Gutermann. 48 shades of Gutermann. What are you giggling at, Michael? There we go. It is perfect for all kinds of sewing. Your 50 weights are almost like, well, they're your universal sewing thread weight. So whether you're using them in your machine, if you're using them in your bobbin, you can use them for hand sewing, you can use them for piecing, you could use them for applique, you can use them for quilting. We're about to take a massive chunk off that price. £10 saving this morning. And look, you've got all of the colours to get you started. And when you're done, you then got the really lovely tin to keep, which is, I suppose, you know that's the right depth as well to store your threads. So once one's gone, you can replace it nice and easy, and it does come in a lovely, lovely tin. Bearing in mind, that now makes, should we do a bit of maths this early in the morning? Oh no, I'm saying no. So we've got, oh hang on, it's not that difficult, is it, 48 spools?
Go on then.
It's just less than £1 a spool. Oh no, just over £1 a spool. £1.04 a spool. Bearing in mind, generally for these spools, if you buy them individually, you're normally looking more towards £2, £1.69 normally a spool, depending on the retail buying, and that's without the price. That's without the tin. That's without the tin.
That's nearly 5 kilometres of thread.
That's nearly 5 kilometres of thread, if you can hear a man's voice. That's our studio audience. There's a man. It's Michael Wolf, can you tell? He's back.
Hi.
He loves to partake in the show, which is great, you know. It is great.
Don't be sarcastic.
No, we love having Michael Wolff here. I did message Hayley, our manager, and say, oh, it'd be great to see Michael more because he's been a great addition to the Sewing Street family over the last 2 weeks, hasn't he? Yeah, I did. Hannah's like, did you really send that message? No, but really? Oh no. $49.99. And I love, look, can I show you the front here? Because I believe this is a picture from a vintage Gutermann pack. That would have been a factory in Germany. And that would have been a picture from their packaging from years ago, from 1895. Right, we've got a price comparison for you. So this very box in the tin, you can pay over £70. In fact, £75.99. £75.99. If you are thinking of a gift idea for somebody, this is the ideal time to get it. Something we always use, something we always need. No matter what kind of sew you are, we all need thread. And to be able to have that rainbow of colour as well as your sort of neutrals as well. Here's another one. This is a good price actually. £62.90. Exactly the same one, yeah. It's got some good 5-star reviews as well. 5-star reviews on that website for this one. $49.99. Now we are limited. Everybody who does want it, be aware we've now got less than 20. 50 weight. It's beautiful that you've got this great array of blues. You've got lots of lovely greens for autumn, reds for your Christmas makes, your greys for your EPP. You've got white, you've got ivory, cream, black. You've got all of your lovely sunset shades into these nice golds as well. And you do have 100 meters on each spool. So they're not just there, they've got this nice little foam cushioning as well, which can be removed. So if when you're finished with the tin, you want to keep your buttons in there, or if you want to keep your treats in there, some chocolates or something, you can. But it's, you know, it's a nice step to be able to keep your no, I think a singular layer of custard creams in there.
That's a homemade flapjack, guys.
Or a homemade flapjack you could keep in there. Absolutely good idea. Oh, my mum made a vegan banoffee pie. It was really nice. It was quite chewy, quite.
Oh, that's nice though.
It was really nice. She made it with coconut cream, and it was really nice because Maisie can't have milk, so she was like, I'm going to make a banoffee pie, but one that Maisie can eat as well. And it was actually really nice. Right, we are live on Facebook, by the way. Sorry, we're a little bit late on Facebook, but we are here. Good morning on Facebook. Good morning, good morning. Morning, says Anita. Thank you for all you do every day for us. And Sue, I must say, thank you for your lovely message on Facebook as well. Kate sent it to me. It was really, really lovely. Thank you for your message. Morning, my Tom. Good morning, Donna. How is everybody? $49.99. There are less than 20 of these available. Oh, in fact, actually, less than 10. We are into single figures. They're really, really nice, aren't they? Michael likes to go out of his way to help us. What's he doing? $49.99, the very last of stock. Right, so we've done the menu. Shall I show you how you can purchase on pre-order? If you do want to get ahead on the elephant, there is the most lovely kit from Jenny Jackson with her instructions, with her cards, her EPP cards. She's also got an autumnal wall hanging. Oh, we're all getting ready for autumn now, aren't we? I've got my boots on today. I have officially put the flip-flops away. SewingStreet.com, click on watch live, and if you scroll down, you'll find everything from today's show. There's the early bird. Come and say hello to Hannah. We've got Hannah and Charlie. We should have an update, really, from Charlie on the cats, because John Scott is away in Catalonia at the moment, and our Charlie's house-sitting for him. They were both in last night. They both slept on the bed with hat. Maybe it's you then, Charlie, because Charlie was in London. He hasn't. This is the first night that they've slept there, and it was the first night that Charlie wasn't there. Caroline says, morning, Vic. Looking forward to the show. Jenny Jackson's here today. So everything is loaded. Look at this brand new Anna Maria Horner gorgeousness. We're going to go through all of these individually by the half metre. Okay, this is the quilt. I'm going to bring it over. So this launched, it completely sold out. It was really, really popular. So much so that we actually sent the sample back, because these samples are made up for us. It was hugely oversubscribed. We never thought we'd see it on air again. For whatever reason, I don't know whether the transaction didn't complete, but we have one. That's fine. It means we have one. I know how oversubscribed we were, so we thought it was important to bring it back to show you that it's here. Lynn, that is absolutely fine, of course. Do you know, we just wanted to be here on air this week, just to be here for everybody. So watch at your own convenience, obviously. You can catch up on anything that you want through our website or, of course, on YouTube. So lots of love. The topiary kit, I'm not going to open it because this is the one that you'll be getting. It's the finished size is 245 by 230 centimetres. It is a really, really beautiful cave quilt. Do you have the date that this was demonstrated? Ah, I'm with you. So this wasn't actually demonstrated. We had the sample here. We also showed some of the cave videos. Those of you that were at Festival of Quilts, maybe you were lucky enough to see some of his quilts or see him. In fact, Rebecca Reed actually interviewed him, and we've played it out on the show. So if you've seen that, but this topiary quilt is quite spectacular, isn't it? This was the latest one that we've launched, I believe. Completely sold out in the showing. Just be aware, if you want it, if you missed out, I'm a great believer in fate. Maybe this is your second chance to get it. Go for it whilst you can. $59.99 on split pay as well. If you head onto our website, just also want to make you aware, there's loads of fabrics. Don't get overwhelmed by the amount of fabrics, because here we go. We're now in the Jenny Jackson hour. So the animals aren't in any particular order. A lot of these we've already demoed on the show. I did the lovely koala with her last time. And we've got the elephant today. It's brand new. And there's the autumnal wall hanging. That's lovely, isn't it? Really lovely. And it's brand new today. Little bits and bobs, like a glue pen. There's some tools. Just so you know, Hannah's feeling very generous this morning, and she said, I might take some of this lower, stay tuned for the show or keep your eyes peeled on the website. If you are checking out now, then don't worry, because you'll pay the lowest price. So even if we drop it lower, you won't pay that higher price. You'll always pay the lowest price. Hang on, they look the same. What's the difference? Oh, I didn't know we even had a 500ml. That's double the size. How much do you use 505 basting spray? I wonder if Delphine's watching. She needs that. She definitely needs the big one. That's 500ml. Just thought we'd let you know. It came into the company, it's there. Also, Hannah's loaded in the Cut Easy MK2 craft table. For anybody who wants any more information on it, let me know. It's there. It's absolutely brilliant. We've got it out in the office for everybody to use. It's got the cutting mat. It's at the right height to cut your fabric. It's got the pressing mat that's folded down. It's like that old school leaf design. So it's great for storage as well. And then if you keep scrolling down, Hannah, Hannah's just excited that she's just stopped scrolling. And we also want to just hold the cursor over. What are you pointing at this for? Back in stock. Right. There's loads of goodies. There's the quilt, there's the brand new quilt, FPP as well. Lots going on today. Also, we're going to do needles and threads show at 12 o'clock, which is exciting. So we've got lots of threads. I mean, we've got Sashko threads. We've got some 80 weight threads as well. We might speak to those, move those into Jenny's hour so we can ask her about them as well. Okay, where should we go next, Hannah? Don't forget about these as well. I'm talking to Hannah. I'm just talking to Hannah. Okay, shall we do this brand new Anna Maria Horner? Now, I've never personally met Anna Maria Horner, but Hannah, you have, haven't you? And she is such an amazing artist and the most lovely, lovely lady as well. I mean, I think she's got 5 children, hasn't she? Really? Oh, I thought she had like 4 or 5, no? And I said, no. She's got a lot of children. like the Von Trapp family. But how beautiful is her style? It's absolutely stunning. I know John Scott would love this fabric, wouldn't he? This is so John's cup of tea. The dark background, those beautiful vibrant colours. Now we've got a whole mega bundle. It isn't just this one. I'll show you all these fabrics. You've got here a metre for free. That's very generous, Hannah. Normally we do half a metre for free. If we're launching, you know, a special collection, we might do half a metre. They are all beautiful. Now, those of you that have purchased Kaffe or Tula Pinks fabrics in the past, the production house that make them a Free Spirit, so you know the quality. This is also made with Free Spirit. Look at that. They are all absolutely gorgeous, and they all work together. They all work together so well. So if you are thinking of doing a really big, beautiful, look at that, the blue. I love this one. Do you know what flower this is, Charlie? Adelaide? Is it wisteria, Hannah's asking? I don't think there's a direction to it. It's called Adelaide, so maybe it's an Australian plant then. All together, less than £100. Bearing in mind, you are getting 7 metres of fabric. It's called Welcome Home, the ranges. It's absolutely beautiful. And you're getting a whole metre today for free. Look at these. And that one comes in green as well. Even if you want to keep a bit of colour in your handbags, I think it's a really good way of doing it. If you don't necessarily wear lots of bright colours, it's easier to wear it in a handbag, isn't it? It's easier to make yourself a lovely bright colour bag, maybe a weekend bag, or one of Stuart's bags from his Bags for Life book. Or if you want to make a huge quilt, you've got lots of different scales of print here, all covered. Now, if you go on the website, not on our website, on Free Spirit website, when you get to the Free Spirit website, this is the main landing page. So if you scroll down, there's free projects on there. There is free projects. So there's different ranges on there, obviously, as we said, but that would still work really well. Even though that's Cadence Quilt, the different collection, you could still absolutely do it with this fabrics, and that would be a nice one to mix in with your solids, actually. That'd be really nice. The one that is designed especially with this collection, and that's actually on there as well, and it's for free, so you can grab that. Bearing in mind, you're saving already over £15, and you've got the option of obviously using the quilt pattern as well for free. There's loads on here that will work. Oh, I like the zigzag one, and the heart. The heart's beautiful. Exploding heart, Dresden zigzags. These are all free on here. This one is designed actually with this collection. If you want to buy the mega bundle, you'll have all the different prints. You wouldn't necessarily need all of them though, because you'll have loads left over. All you need, this is backing, so you can back it with a solid if you want. You need 2 solid colours and a 10-inch charm pack. And then you're getting half metres in here. So if you're making your own charm pack, essentially, that could be one project. And then you've got loads left to still do some cushions or some bags if you want. You have 7 metres of fabric, all 112 wide, quilting weight, machine washable, beautiful quality. Brand new in today, less than £100. Definitely use that split pay option if you'd like. It's £47.94 on split pay as well. We have got them individually. We're going to go through these individually as well by the half metre. So those of you that are thinking dressmaking, I know lots of people love making dresses with Anna Marie Horner fabrics. Amanda's not had much sleep. Oh, hang on, let me get my, I'll get the iPad. Oh, 7. 7. Anne-Marie Horner has 7 children. Oh my word. Gosh, honestly, I have a newfound appreciation for anybody who has more than one child. I didn't have much sleep last night at all. From the one, I could not imagine. She must have a really good, strict routine, Anna. You would have to, wouldn't you, with 7 children? I need some tips on how to sleep, because Maisie still hasn't cracked it. She's nearly 18 months old and she hasn't yet cracked sleeping. Jenny's been giving me some good tips this morning. Right, this is the mega bundle. Should we do them by the half metre? Just be aware that that is the way of getting the whole collection. Some of these are now already really, really limited. Should we start with the wisteria? I say very loosely wisteria. Somebody said they might be, what, sorry? Oh, here we go. Good morning. I thought the flower was called hollyhocks. I grew some earlier this year. All set for a couple of hours, watch the show. Oh, brilliant. Thank you for your company today, Susan. How pretty is that? Google hollyhocks. I've never heard of hollyhocks. What do they look like? This is lovely. There's one here that's almost got not spiky, but almost fluffy. They've got like pom-pom heads. They're really pretty. That would make beautiful bolster cushions. Only £7.99, brand new in today. Amanda, we're going to have a nice chilled morning this morning. So, yes, she's just said, what could be more relaxing than watching Sewing Street? Well, if you put me and Jenny Jackson together, you wouldn't normally say that's very relaxing, but actually I think we're going to have a nice chilled morning today. Good morning, Caroline. We've got a lot going on, though. We have got 2 projects to do in our first hour. Oh, just sorry, Stuart and I've swapped over, so it's me today and Stuart next Sunday. Just in case you were asking. There's only 2 meters of that one, so this is what I was going to say, is that a lot of these are now very, very limited individually. I don't even think they've been selected out for projects either, so grab what you can. The thing with Free Spirit and Moda, a lot of the big sort of design houses, they don't reprint, they don't tend to reprint, so what we have is generally what we have, and we never really go back and reorder. We have to sort of decide and speculate what we're going to sell, and then that's it. We like to bring you new collections, different fabric collections. So I know yesterday, or no, when was it? A few days ago I was on and we had the vacuum packed bags, and I was saying that, look, prices of fabrics are just going up and up and up, aren't they? So, similarly, if you're thinking, right, I don't know whether I'm going to get the chance of getting that again, I don't know what I'm going to use it for, but I really like it, get it while you can, store it away, even if you're not going to be doing any sewing with it until, you know, next summer. This is lovely, isn't it? That would make a beautiful pleated skirt. I'm thinking just with a white shirt or a white top, that is going to look absolutely beautiful. Another suggestion, what the plant is called. I think it's called a bottle brush butterfly plant. Oh, I really like the name of that. I've never heard of it, Angela. Oh, let's have a look. Do you think it's that one, Hannah? I can hear her busy typing. I wonder whether you're Googling. Yeah? Can you come really close to the fabric, Charlie? Just because. Angela, I can't show everybody else this, but I'm just having a look at this on Google. They look fuzzy, don't they? Oh, yeah. Yeah, they do. Angela, that's a really good shout, actually. And Anna-Maria Horner loves butterflies. Lots of her collections feature butterflies, so that would make sense. It makes sense, doesn't it? They're really pretty. Okay, so they're the 2 colourways with this mysterious plant. Can we do the really big scalar print? This ends in 27. It's the one with the dark background. There's also a deep blue background, I believe, but look at that. Oh, hang on, right, so can you almost see like squares? You could cut these. I just want to measure this a second, because they almost look like they could be big centre blocks, almost like 10 or 12 inches. And I know Anna-Maria Horner, being a quilter, she's probably thought this through. They are, right, if you fussy cut this, I would definitely get a metre minimum of this, because you're going to be able to cut out some really big blocks. You could just sash in between these. You could pick out the pink or the blue or the ochre. You could pick out the teal and just do sashing in between, couldn't you? £7.99. You okay there, Michael?
Fine, thanks.
He's arranging all of our cushions so beautifully. £7.99. What beautiful colours. Amanda said that one would look great appliqued onto a denim jacket. Oh, wow. Imagine doing like a beautiful, I'm thinking like a real zigzagging, like variegated thread to applique it onto a denim jacket. Black denim jacket? Blue denim jacket? Either. Just that onto a bag. That would be a really nice size for a bag, actually. Right, if you do want more than one unit, if you want more than half a metre, there's room for probably one more of you to get a metre, and that's honestly what we were suggesting. Get, if you can, a metre. Just to make sure, obviously, of how it's cut, you're going to get those blocks. You're going to ensure that you do get those blocks. Okay, I think I've got this same one or similar. Let's have a look at the other big scalar print. It might not be the same one. I haven't opened it out yet, but this one ends in 12. It ends in 12. I think it is the same. It has actually sold out by the half metre. So the only way of getting this now, yeah, it's gone. The only way of getting it is in the mega bundle. You do get half a metre of it in the mega bundle. And it's lovely. It's exactly the same print this time with that deep navy blue. This collection is really popular, just so you know. Isn't it beautiful? They've started filming the Wicked film, you know, Hannah. She's singing the Wicked songs. You've never seen Wicked? Oh, you've got to see Wicked. I think I've seen it twice with John Scott. I think I have seen it 14 times. I remember the last time I counted. It's been a long time since I've counted. 14 times, yeah. I used to be obviously a really, really big fan when I was in sort of colleges, and I used to go and get really cheap tickets to see every single alphabet. I haven't seen it for a good few years now, though. Right, can we do these ones, please? This one ends in 71. I can't wait to see the film, though, because Cynthia Erivo is Alphaba and she'll be incredible. But Dulcie's doing all the costumes. Yeah. Look at this. This is lovely, really, really lovely. £7.99. These would make really beautiful fabric postcards. Another great fabric for applique. That would make a lovely pin cushion, wouldn't it? That would just make a beautiful pin cushion. This would be a really nice one to use as a sewing machine cover. They almost look like little lacy pouches, don't they? I think also, if you aren't fussy cutting these and appliquing them on, it almost has that feel already, doesn't it? So if you're just using this and making a sewing machine cover or a bag or big cushions, it'd be lovely. But another nice one to fussy cut. Half a metre is just £7.99. This one is called Carnaby. £7.99 a half metre. And if I hold this out, look at how many of these lovely little patches you've got on here. I call them patches, it's probably not the most romantic, but look at that. It has a little bit of a cave feel. Those of you that love cave, these sort of colours and the background, I think this is going to tie in well with lots of fabrics that you might have in your stash. Just £7.99 half metre. You're really feeling a sewing machine cover for this one, aren't you, Han? Did you tell me that the 550 was back, by the way? Oh. I think it is on the website. I think that, yeah. Right, we also have that same one. This one also available in blue. You've got that lovely teal. This one again is called London. London. Go on then, name all the plants on here, Hannah. £7.99. Are you still watching Monty Don? I think since Steph's come on the scene, you've kind of let your garden go, haven't you? £7.99. Oh, and it might also be the masters that you're doing alongside the full-time job. I can't just blame Steph, can I? She said, I have had one day off with him, which was yesterday. I did see that you were in the library, weren't you, last night, till quite late? What time did you get back from the library? Does the library open late? So, till 10 p.m. is still late though, isn't it? Hannah has stayed there overnight before. Is this the big library in Birmingham? The main central library? Okay, your student library is open 24 hours. Oh my word, so she's done an all-nighter in there. She says she quite likes it, She says you feel like you're going on an aeroplane. One, you never get to the aeroplane, and two, you don't get to the holiday destination either, do you, at the end? You're just very tired, I imagine. This one actually is called Knightsbridge. I love the detail. I do love the detail. Look, do these look like, come in really close, they look like little people. Little people all holding hands. No, come on close. Yeah. They do, don't they? £7.99 a half metre. Brand new in today. Okay, we also have, shall we do these two, because these are a bit different actually. They're almost slightly, oh, how do I describe it? They look like they've been stitched. They look like they're textured, like a cross stitch pattern. They don't have crosses. They've got little, they're little dashes actually. But how cute is this? I think it's going to add texture to the eye, isn't it? It is 100% quilting weight cotton, but can you see what I mean? It looks like, what's it called when you have, is it called needle punch? Looks like it's been needle punched. Anna Marie Horner actually does collect vintage textiles, so it was probably inspired by that, by one of the some sort of furnishing fabrics. This is lovely, and in the background also you've got little sort of aqua dashes as well. It's really nice. All the colours tying together as well. So if you are buying that big mega bundle. Remember, these will be cut off the bolt for you from the warehouse straight to you. So if you are after 2 units, that's 1 metre. If you want to add 2 metres to your order, then that's 4 units. So it was cut straight away from the warehouse for you and sent directly out to whatever size you want as well. It's beautiful quality fabric. Are you warm? Do you need the aircon on? Sure. Our studio audience likes to tell me his temperature. Was he used like this, fanning himself? The blue, we've got blue, Free Spirit again with that lovely midnight blue. £7.99 a half metre. £7.99 a half metre. Again, this would make a lovely skirt. I'm thinking for dressmaking. Just check your pattern, but you absolutely can use quilting weight cotton for dressmaking, not a problem. Hannah would like a really big, oversized light shade with it. That would be really nice to fussy cut, actually. We were talking about appliquing onto a denim jacket. Nothing else quite like this. We have... Yes. Yeah, I've got that one. These are like your clamshells, aren't they? Or waves in Sashko. But your clamshell design, you could do some really beautiful quilting with this, couldn't you? Fussy cutting, Michael, is when we cut all the way around. So this one would be like a shell like that.
Yeah.
And then that's it. See, so if you're picking an area, you're selecting an area to cut out of fabric, that's fussy cutting. You're being fussy about what you're cutting. Yeah, you can do it by hand, you can do it by rotary cutter. You do it however you want. It's just picking out, being fussy about your cutting.
It's good to know these basic things.
It means that you can make great secondary patterns. Yeah, it's one of our favourite techniques, isn't it? We love fussy cutting. Can be a little more wasteful at times, but you know, a lot of the time it's worth it. This is a repetitive pattern, so you might waste some, but it's worth it. £7.99, and it's got that lovely tulip. This is Amsterdam tulip. Half a metre. £7.99. Shall we do the aqua colour? This is very sort of Anna Maria Horner colours, and I know how much she loves embroidery as well, so you could absolutely embroider on the top of it. Yeah, you could embroider onto the top of this, couldn't you? Remember, that whole mega bundle is available. Those of you that want the whole mega bundle, it's less than £100. So if you love all of these, you're getting a metre for free with the mega bundle as well. We've got so much that we want to squeeze into this hour, so have a look through the website and see what is available. These have got a bit of a Scandi feel to them, haven't they? A bit folk art, yes. I can imagine Fiona Hesford using this fabric for some of her dressmaking. You know, we had the lovely dungaree patterns. This would be really nice to use as accents in pockets or for linings. And the tulips, they're a little bit of stylised sort of tulips, aren't they? Now, we do have the same print, but in a smaller scale. So it comes in a golden. Oh, you imagine these on the side of canal boats. And it's intriguing that you said that, actually, because these are actually called Amsterdam, aren't they? So maybe that she did get inspiration from barges in Amsterdam. This is in the golden colourway. Oh, this is beautiful. That is lovely. £7.99 a half metre. £7.99. Welcome home, Little Amsterdam, this is called. So obviously you've got the large scale print. If I put them next to each other, then you can see the difference. So it's quite a difference in terms of scale of print. They work actually quite well together. So if you did want to pick out a fabric that you're going to use for smaller piecing, you don't want to lose that print, but keep the larger one though for your larger blocks. These are all 100% cotton. Anna Maria Horner works fantastically with colour, so it gives you almost texture to the eye, doesn't it? But they are completely, they're not fuzzy at all now. Should we do the red and orange? We've only got 2 others after this. We have whizzed through this collection. £7.99 a half metre. Again, I can see dressmaking with this collection. This would be a beautiful blouse or really lovely circular skirt. Let us know what you're thinking of making. You could fussy cut these, Michael. Yeah. And then if you applique them in a circle, you can create a different secondary design, because this would make then a really nice flower if you were to position them all round. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. So if you were to cut all these, and then this would be your centre point, rotate them, just cut this section, and then another one and rotate it round, that'd make a really lovely flower, so you can create secondary patterns. We're teaching our Michael Wolf.
It would fit nicely in between the stars, so these bits here. If you take this can kind of go into the corner there, and it can fit into this little cleft here.
There you go.
Like a little kaleidoscope.
Yeah, that's it, exactly. You can create the most amazing kaleidoscope effects. Just so you know, we're going to have a show with Michael. Do you want to come on air on the 10 o'clock hour? Oh, 11 o'clock after Jenny. We'll get you in and we'll teach you everything you need to know. Right, this is the fabric that Michael was talking about. So yes, you could fit it into the little cleft here. They look like star fruit, don't they? You know, when you cut up your star fruit, they do look like star fruit. You know, obviously an everyday thing when we all cut up our star fruit. This one, Hannah, this one's called Little Nashville. Is it famous for star fruit? I know it's a country music. I know it's famous for country music. I'd love to go to Nashville. That's definitely on my bucket list. It's Nashville starfruit. Honestly, you'll search history on that work computer. It's so random, isn't it? £7.99 a half metre. We do also have it. We also have it in the larger scale print as well. That almost looks metallic. It looks like it's glowing in the dark, doesn't it? So some star fruits have come up in the search for Nashville star fruit. Maybe somebody will help us out. I know a lot of people are messaging in this morning. £7.99. No, I'd love to have a bit of a read about this actually. If you go onto the Free Spirit website, there's lots of free patterns to download, lots of inspiration talking more about the collection. So if you do love it, maybe get the whole mega bundle. The whole mega bundle, you actually save over £15 as you get a metre for free. £7.99 a half metre. Mega bundle is available. Everything that you've seen. Now, there's only 3 of the mega bundle remaining, and I know that some of the range is now sold out, so we won't be able to make any more of those. I'm thinking of making a child's dress in the Amsterdam. So that was this one. Lovely. Oh, in the bigger ones, and then the doll's dress in the little Amsterdam, so they can coordinate Teddy. That's a really lovely idea. Well, I know Alison Marion, she's, you know, her Mummy and Me apron. She's made the Mummy and Me, and then she's also designing the dolls one as well, one for her dolls. But these are so lovely, aren't they? Really nice to coordinate. Same but different. That's a great idea. Thank you, Teddy in Wimbledon. £47.94. Remember, you're getting all 7 metres of fabric. I mean, you're getting loads and loads more than this, but Michael Wolf has been way too efficient and put them away. Oh, wait, there they are. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, here you go, Alison. Oh, this is Alison Marion. I was just talking about you with your Mummy and Me aprons. Morning all. Would love the Amsterdam as cushions for your narrowboat. There you go. We're on your wave boat. Wave boat? We're on your wavelength on the boat with you. Can we all come on the narrowboat? That's always something I'd love to do. So, Jenny, you are coming on the cruise, aren't you? The sewing cruise. Maybe we could also do a narrowboat trip, sewing narrowboat trip as well with Alison. Yeah, I don't know if we'd all fit on, because there's quite a few of us that are up for this boating trip. We might need a bigger boat. Right, so all of those, yes, I'm coming on the cruise. You do save over £15. We found some beautiful Tilda fabric. So there's literally a handful of these bundles remaining. We're talking about, you know, it's definitely feeling more autumnal, isn't it? This is perfect for autumn. Now, Hannah's already called it an autumn bundle. You can see there in the graphics. £27.96, that's 2 metres. 2 metres of fabric. These are all cut already by our team in the warehouse to ½ metre. So if you do want them, I don't know whether you can get these individually. It's literally down to the last few of these in the bundle. They're so pretty, aren't they? I like that green. I've never even seen this individually before. It's not very often that we see Tilda ½ metres. We normally always get the pre-cuts, but to see the ½ metres, yeah, we don't really get to see it very often. You've got that lovely raspberry, you've got the coral, the green, that sort of taupe colourway as well. They're about to sell out. The Daisy Field Autumn Fabric Bundle. There's 2 left. 2 left. Has the Tilda quilt gone? Sorry, Tilda, Cafe. What am I talking about, Tilda? Remember, absolutely make the most of it. We'll have a check and see if there's any of those available. We also launched the most incredible collection of Liberty. We had a mega bundle. I mean, this looks like a mega bundle, doesn't it? It was actually even bigger than this. There were 3 piles of fabric, but we have got 2 separate colourways. So we've got the brights. So there's the brights, which I believe are these ones. You're getting 7.5 metres of Curiosity Brights. And I love the fact this is called the Collector's Home collection from Liberty, which Susie Duncan was saying that Liberty went into the archives, found some of the most, well, a lot of these are very 1930s, 1940s inspired. You see lots of prints and this sort of colourway. Look at these, they're really lovely. They do look like vintage fabrics, don't they? Recreated especially for Liberty for this collection. Remember, split pay, £56.17. All pre-cut into ½ metre cuts. And that's 15 ½ metres in there. It's a lot of fabric, isn't it? It is a lot of fabric. Jenny is so excited, she's eagerly awaiting in the wings for the brand new elephant cushion that's behind me, and also the autumnal wall hanging. If you're cold, Jenny, it's really warm in here. It's really warm, you're fine. Has gone really cold now, hasn't it? Right, the other Liberty bundle that we have, this one is called Nature's Jewel. You've got more of your sort of pinks and plums in here. You've got lovely stripes, you've got butterflies. You've got some of those more vintage theme or feel fabrics as well. They're all Liberty quilting weight cottons. ½ metre of each of these, the florals. Just another chance to get these. I know that we've seen it a lot this week, but we are not going to be able to bring them back. This is it. £112.35 or 56.17 on split pay. And once again, that is 15 ½ metre cuts. Unbelievable. That is a lot of Liberty for somebody who makes to sell. If you're going to craft fairs, it's something that's always going to sell, and you can put a premium on because it's official Liberty fabric. Beautiful. Now, I thought these were an early bird today. The price on these is ridiculous. Now, when I first launched these, I had them on the shelf and I was asking everybody at home to guess what they were. And we had people guessing that they were like tea light holders or scissor keepers, things like that. They're actually basically like, they're 2.5-inch strips. This one's this one, and this one. Yeah, there's iron flavour blown bubbles, and then there's solid rainbow. Do you want to do rainbow? So there's this one. Look how amazing this is. So you're getting 12 metres. Jenny, have you seen these? 12 metres of continuous fabric. Because I think they're great for EPP. Aren't they perfect for EPP? Because look, you're getting all of these colours in one bright, beautiful roll. For anybody who's got one of those simplicity bias binding makers, imagine just plonking this onto the rod and just doing straight binding obviously because it's cut on the straight, but you know, one of the binding makers that I mean, this would be ideal for that. And it's got that bit of detail. You're getting 12 metres of rainbow fabric for $19.99. Bearing in mind, do you know how much your jelly rolls can cost? Double this price. You can pay double this price. These would be ideal for your sashing, those of you. Oh, in fact, I haven't got that Anna Maria fabric, the Anna Maria Horn fabric, the big flower one that we were just looking at, because this would be really nice to go in between, wouldn't it? This would be really, really nice in between. Also, if you needed fabric, oh, here we go. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
If you're joining Wendy's Quilt As You Go, if you've got Wendy's Quilt As You Go instructions, you could absolutely do it as a... Well, I was looking if you could do it. No, you can't do that as Quilt As You Go. The single figures of your rainbows. We've also got the blues. I say blues, it's called sky blue and pink. Cut it into squares, sew the squares together. It's a really good one actually for anybody who's starting out sewing, to not have to work from big fabric cuts. It can be a bit scary, can't it, when you start and you're given a metre of fabric to then sub-cut. If you just have this and maybe a stripology ruler, then this is ideal. Right, we have this one. We've called it purple. You can see here, well, it is purples and blues. Hannah's called it purple. Oh, I love this. You've got this beautiful, it's like a nebula, isn't it? You could piece it all together and then you could applique a unicorn. You could do a jelly race quilt, jelly race roll quilt. You could also do Bargello, couldn't you? I mean, it's all cut into 2.5-inch strips already for you. Those of you that have got any Pam and Nikki Lintop books, I know that they work a lot with 2.5-inch strips. And it just has that repetition. It just goes on and on. It's all one continuous roll. £19.99. If you do have a pattern that calls for loads of half square triangles maybe, or smaller cuts, but it still adds a bit of interest that it's got this lovely ombre. That's why I think for binding it just has that real seamless ombre of colour. £19.99. That's for 12 metres of fabric. Davinia's got an idea for us. Oh yeah, quilted rug, great idea. Really good idea. You know those fabric bowls where you have to make it round bowsel in strips and things? This would be ideal for that. There's a lot of patterns out there that you use smaller cuts, but don't just see it as smaller cuts, because you can obviously piece these together, plique a rocket on the top, or a rainbow fish or something. I do love anything that has that ombre or variegation. It looks great, doesn't it? And the bubbles are lovely. They're not metallic. From some angles I know that they look like they're a bit sparkly, a bit metallic, but they're not. They do have this lovely under the sea theme or space theme. Unicorns and mermaids, love it. Just $19.99. This is now, I think, the last of stock. We will fingers crossed, try and get these back in again, because they're always very, 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 very popular indeed. But I like that it's already been cut for you, continuously 12 meters on a roll as well. So you're not needing to think about joining, binding, you know, when it can get a bit awkward sometimes on that 45-degree angle. Don't need to worry about that. You've got your straight binding ready to go, really, haven't you? Just press it and sew it. Ideal. Just $19.99. Both colours are available. Okay. Is there anything else that we can squeeze in before Jenny's here? Can we just remind everybody that on the website, if we head to our website, sewingstreets.com, you can scroll down. The Today Show deals as everything that we've already shown so far, but on the pre-order section on the right-hand side, we've got some batiks. I know that we haven't got to them this hour. They're all underneath us on the web. There's Jenny's gorgeous cushions. There's her book. There's the brand new elephant cushion, and also the brand new wall hanging as well. And then in the tool show, so this looks like you've scheduled the same thing twice, but no, noticed that is 250mm, and we've got a brand, well, I've never even seen this, it's brand new to me, back in stock, the 500mm. If you do lots of quilting, you've got here, so can you see the big can there that's the two different sprays? I just want to show you the difference between the two of them, because you've got the 250mm and you've got the 500mm, and if you do lots of basting, thank you. There's the 251 and there's the 500. I've never ever seen this. Even in my previous life of sewing court, I've never seen it. Hannah saying, I've only ever seen it when guest designers have left it here. Oh, the thing is, if you're a quilter, if you use it for cushions, then this is brilliant. You're making a saving actually by buying the big one. If you know you love it, if you know you use it, definitely get yourself the larger one. We don't charge extra postage. And we can send them to you. I know some places can't send aerosols and sprays, but we can. So yeah, we're able to do it. So if you are after the larger can of 505, maybe yeah, Hannah's saying that she knows some places they charge extra for sending sprays and aerosols. We don't charge extra. So definitely get the big one if you can. Also, could I just show you, oh, we can't show you the Tilda bundle. I know Michael bought it on the desk, but it's sold out. It has sold out. Sorry, Teddy. I know you've asked to see it again. It's sold out. It's gone. Right, we're going to get Jenny in. Look at the gorgeous cushion behind us and the wall hanging as well. Now, what we're going to do, just because a lot are going on pre-order, and for anybody who doesn't, know how to work out the website, just grab it now. We're putting the graphics live during the break. So if you do want the gorgeous cushion, EPP, if you're collecting maybe all of them, the wall hanging as well underneath is going to be on the website, but there is the kit for the elephant cushion. Jenny's going to be joining me in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere. I'll see you after this.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year, and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting, and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns, and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work, and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Hello, welcome back. Oh, I'm so pleased lots of you have got these elephants because I know how many of you are collecting the whole animal collection from Jenny Jackson. Every single time I see these, I am amazed by how these are pieced together, because from a distance, you just would not know that this was all hand stitched in EPP, would you? It's such a clever design. As we're close, you can see the shapes here, and you're going to learn different techniques and different shapes as you go across the collections, but this one is the brand new elephant cushion kit. The back, you get all the fabric that goes to the back. I'll show you the panel that Jenny has worked with the team to design, and it is beautiful. So you don't need to worry about working out pattern placement, you know, to be able to get that fussy cutting for it all to pattern match. It's done for you. It's so clever. So, as always, you have your full instructions. Everything that you need to know is in here. Your templates as well for extra cards, because you do get your paper pieces included, but then you also get your templates in there. And this time, we're not working with a hexie. It's almost like a flag, like a kite sort of shape. So we'll talk about working with this different shape as well with Jenny. Then you've also got in here, this is what I find absolutely genius, this brilliant panel. Look at how clever this is. So for example, you can see how the eye, for example, you think, how does that work? The placement has to be spot on with your seam allowance for it to be able to all join up and match perfectly. Very, 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 very clever indeed. So you've got everything that you need there for the front of your cushion. And then you've also got the back as well. So you've got enough fabric there to be able to do your envelope back. And it all ties in beautifully. It all ties in really, really well. Lots of you have already got this, by the way, on pre-order. And if you are purchasing this one for the first time and you want to also get some of the other animals that are behind me, don't worry, because we've actually restocked them all for today's show. Jenny was saying the amount of time that giraffe is sold out is crazy. It just keeps selling out and selling out, but we have managed to get some more. He's gorgeous, isn't he? We'll come to that in a moment. But grab yourself the elephant. Not only do you get your panel for $24.99 and your instructions, Jenny has also provided you with her very own... Don't open them. Don't open them. This is going to go to somebody. This is going to go to somebody, so I'm not opening them.
I've got examples here,
Oh,
so I can show them while we're demoing.
Don't open them. Don't open them. £24.99. You also will get your little... I love that it's like a little sweetie treat pack as well for you. So that's all included, but don't open them. You can open them when you get them home, just not me. Just not me. Jenny, sorry, before we come to you, do you mind if I go through some of these others?
It's
How are
fine.
you? You okay?
I'm fine, thank you.
Good. Let's go through the other ones before they sell out. We've got the tiger. The tiger's on the middle shelf. Is just under here, under the graphics here. Look, oh my gosh, he's amazing.
He's my favourite.
Oh, now he's the newest, isn't he? He's only been on...
Yeah, he was last month.
Yeah. I think we repeated him actually because he completely sold out in the first showing. This is Jenny's favourite, and we've also included, look at even the back of the cushion on this one. I love this. This is the back. That's the back, and you've got some extra tigers there, so you could use those for a plique or put them on whatever you want.
Yeah. I think when we did the giraffe, I think the giraffe was when I was with you actually, and you wanted to put it on the back of a denim jacket.
Yes, love the giraffe. I've done the giraffe and the koala bear. They're lovely, aren't they? That one again, I just find it so clever. Look, if I show you, in fact, no, we'll have to do it on the overhead. But that's what I find so clever about these, Jenny, is the placement so that they do match up so perfectly.
Yeah, because they look so strange. Like he looks like he's got 3 in one eye.
Yeah, he
like
does.
3 eyes.
But I mean, that is trial and error, I guess, isn't it? That is, you know, going back and forth, working out if it all
would be
fits
hard
together.
to do if you had 3 of the same fabrics and you had to do it yourself, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Because that's the only other way you could do it, isn't it? If you had the same fabric 3 times and tried to work it out, it would be so difficult. Not only do you have your lovely panel, what shapes do we work with the tiger? They're like your kites.
Yeah, they are the kites, yeah.
These are all your shapes though, aren't they?
Yes.
They're all a little bit different to what you can get elsewhere.
Yeah, you can't get the same sizes anywhere.
They are the tigers, plus you're also getting your paper pieces, you're getting your instructions, all included. I think that is a brilliant price point to say that you're getting. I mean, this isn't just one sheet. You've got lots of instructions here. You're giving everybody extra templates as well. All of your fabric and your cardboard templates, all for $24.99. Bearing in mind, you could potentially use these again. They're really lovely, sturdy quality card, which we'll look at in a moment. Just £24.99. That's for the tiger that's behind me. Should we do the giraffe? Let's do it. He's already going. Sorry, Jenny, this is going to be another sellout for you. I know that you're going to be onto the team getting some more. I've only got 20 chances now, less than 20 in fact, to grab this one. If you do want one of the most popular, if not the most popular of all of the animals, the giraffe, you've got all of your instructions, once again, your paper pieces and your panel, and there he is. There he is, looking gorgeous. Let me open it out. He's hanging up. You found a new... It's quite an innovative way of hanging up our cushions.
There's nowhere else to put it.
It's creating a jungle scene here behind me. I love the improvisation of showing how we can show all these cushions for you, because there's a lot of them now, isn't there? Look at that. Of course he would be the highest one though with his neck. He's the tallest one of them all, isn't he? And then you've also got that same image but smaller. You're not losing any of the details. And then you're getting, again, extra applique giraffes. That would be the one that we'd say, put them on the back of a denim jacket. It'd be so cool. Hi, lovely ladies. Knocked it out the park again, Jenny, says Bryony.
Thanks, Bryony.
I bet
Love Bryony.
it must be quite, pressure, difficult to be able to think, right, I'm going to do another design as popular as the last. And you have done it, yeah.
I just love the animals, so I've got to think about animal prints. So
yeah.
It's easy to decide what animals I want.
So where are we in terms of the series of animals now then? Are you just going to keep going as long as everyone loves them?
Yeah. I'm thinking I might move on to different types of animals. We might go woodland, we might go under the sea.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, because everyone likes different things, or they're really nice patterns to make for gifts.
Yeah.
So you see one, you're like, oh, my friend loves zebras. So you get it and you make it as gifts. They're just really nice.
And they're quite good size papers as well. So it comes together quite quickly.
Yes. Yeah, it does. All the hard work's done for you.
Absolutely. So anyone who's starting out EPP and wants a really... should we do the... Oh, no, we haven't got it here. Hannah wants a puffin.
Oh, well, my mum would like a puffin because that's her favourite bird. So...
A wolf.
A wolf?
A wolf. See, there's just endless amounts of animals. Because what I might start doing as well is might start mixing it using 2 different EPP shapes instead of just the one, just to step it up a bit.
Yeah, good idea. Good idea. I mean, there's so many. If we open the floodgates up to requests, then it will be, crazy. Just Hannah's requested puffin. That's the only one that she's going to be passing on to Jenny. Shall we do the leopard? I'm surprised that this isn't your favourite,
I know, this was the original one. Actually, this is the first one I did. Obviously, it would be a leopard first.
You love your leopard prints.
I love this one as well.
Wow. The single figures of this already.
It's very handsome.
This is lovely. And you've worked very close with our team as well, designing the panels themselves.
With Amy, yeah.
Amy, oh my gosh, she is so talented, isn't she?
She really is.
Have I got it the right way around?
No, I think this one, it's printed that way, yeah.
There we go. So you have got, there he is. If you can manage a hexagon, you can manage all of these other shapes, right?
Yeah, because it's the same. It's the same process, just with a different shape.
This is absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? That one is really nice, and like you said, great one for gifts. Anyone who you know loves leopard print. I mean, who doesn't love leopard print?
I know.
And loves leopards.
It's just the best.
£24.99, plus you're getting the back of the cushion as well. I mean, you could use your stash and keep that leopard fabric for something else. You've then also got your paper pieces and your instructions. All of these we're keeping at £24.99, which is incredible, isn't it? I thought maybe when we launched it, that might have been an introductory offer, introductory price. Why is it that I need these extra templates? Have I got enough paper pieces?
You've got enough paper pieces in the pattern. I just like to give them to people.
Because like you said, you can't buy these sizes elsewhere.
No, you can't get the same size, no.
So it's lovely that you've got them there as well as a template from Jenny.
In case you lose your paper pieces. And like you said, obviously you have to make one of these cushions. You've got to have the panel. But these shapes will fit together regardless of what fabrics you use. So you can always reuse them and just do a scrappy cushion from other fabrics using them.
Kath just said, great to see Jenny today. She's such a talented and a lovely, lovely person. I thought it was really nice actually at festival to meet lots of the faces.
It was great to see everyone.
And did you get a lot of people recognise you?
Yeah. It probably helped that I was with Adam all the time.
Oh, well, I heard about your wild night out. Everybody was messaging in saying they saw you the next day.
Oh, yeah.
A little bit worse for wear.
That was a painful next day, it really was. But we had a great time. We were together all 4 days, so it was good.
He's lovely, isn't he?
He's so nice.
It
was just lovely meeting everyone.
Yeah, it is such a lovely community, isn't it? I think this week as well, it just proved everybody all comes together, don't they? So thank you all so much for staying with us. Should we do the zebra? So the zebra, again, really limited now. Single figures on the zebra. Don't forget, the elephant is not the only new thing in this hour. Behind Jenny, we've got the autumn wall hanging. Hi ladies, love the elephant and lotus pattern. Oh yes, we've got the lotus pattern as well. We've got lots coming up.
Oh, nippy.
That's FPP, bit different, isn't it?
The
FPP,
lotus pattern, yes.
So that's going to be coming up in the 11 o'clock hour. If you're collecting all of Jenny's. This one's lovely. Look, you've even got hearts as well. Morning everybody. Some EPP fantasy animals would be great. A dragon, a unicorn, a phoenix, Kelly suggested.
That's true. That might be really nice.
Brilliant. Oh, thank you for all your suggestions. Now, I've also got a strip at the bottom here of this panel. What's that for, Jenny?
It's just to fill up the panel.
Oh,
so
just an
there's no
extra.
point in just leaving it blank. So Amy likes to fill the panels up with something. So you could actually use that as a band on the backing, the back of your cushion.
Yeah.
You can just cut it up, patchwork it together, and make it pretty.
Absolutely. Now these have all been demonstrated as well, haven't they? So they're all going to be on our YouTube channel. So if you do want to watch them back at all, they're all on YouTube. Don't forget, yes, you get your paper pieces. Jan Hill says hi, Jenny.
Hi, Jan.
Has she started hers?
Yes, she is EPPing. I don't know if she started. She bought the tiger. I think she bought 3 tigers. I think it was the tiger last week because she wants to do it for like 3 people.
Oh my gosh, Jan,
I don't
how
know.
are you getting
I know
on?
she started EPPing, but I don't know if she started these.
Your mission is to convert everybody. Anyone who said they couldn't do it all.
It's taken me years to get Jan to EPP, but now she's doing it. So proud. She was adamant she would never do it, and then she signed up to my subscription box.
Oh, brilliant.
And she's actually started.
Fantastic, fantastic. One of my favourites is the koala. Let me find him. Where is he? Here he is at the front. The koala is just...
he's so
look.
cheeky. Look at his little
So
face.
cute. This is the one that you really see the skill and how difficult it is to... Well, all the hard work's done for you. When you look at the panel, look, there's even little appliques again. Oh, gosh, he's so cute. That's the back of the cushion. And then you see here, look at his eyes.
He looks so funny.
But, of course, that is take into consideration that your seam allowance...
Yeah,
when
it's going to be wrapped around the back, so you lose extra eye bits, and then they all just match together.
It's all worked out for you.
Yeah.
It's all worked out for you. He looks like what, Hannah? He's got a lot of expression. He's nodding his head. And the back as well of the cushion. So much detail. You've got that same koala, but scaled down, so you're not losing any of the detail.
Totally, just keep that backing fabric. Cut the koala out, and then piece some of the koala fabric around it, and then just use plain fabric for the back of the cushion. Then you have 2 koala cushions.
Oh, good idea. Do it. Absolutely. Hi, lovely ladies. Loving the zebra cushion. As always, Jenny's stuff is gorgeous.
Thank you, Kerry.
This is a really good chance, actually, to collect what you may have missed, because is it once a month you're here?
Yeah.
Once a month?
Yeah.
So you may have missed a couple of these. Absolutely make the most of them. Thank you, Kerry. Keep your messages for Jenny coming in. I think we've got one other. Where's the sloth? I haven't shown you the sloth. Thank you.
That's all right.
The sloth, I bet this was very popular.
Yeah.
I saw a sloth in London Zoo.
Her baby.
Oh, with a baby, it's so cute. There's sloths at London Zoo. Oh, I saw the little baby sloths. Well, you couldn't really see them, they were way up in the trees, but they were so cute. So cute. Where did you say you can go and see baby sloths? Cannon Hill Park in Birmingham. There's a Go Ape there, isn't there?
No, it's not actually.
Our Michael works at Go Ape doing the Treetop Adventure. If we all want to go, he can get us in for free, 6 of us.
Brilliant.
I keep inviting lots of people along. Right, we also have the paper pieces and we have the panel. Sue has already said. Sue's message, sorry I haven't read out the message, Sue. It's because it says, I think Michael is a keeper. Love his input into the shows.
I've been here for 7 years.
But you've only been here for 2 weeks with us.
Yeah, true.
Oh, their faces are beautiful.
Aren't they? The little smiles. They're so cute.
Aren't they absolutely gorgeous? Oh. if you do want the sloth, once again, £24.99, you get your panel. And it's a big panel. I mean, these panels are normally £20 anyway, aren't they? Panels this size that we produce. Right, just to quickly repeat before we jump over, we've got the autumn wall hanger, don't forget as well. That's going to be coming up later on at this hour. Well done if you've already checked out. A quarter of the stock on the autumn wall hanger is already gone. The elephant, though, is brand new today. I do love a lovely elephant. Look at his gorgeous face with those palm trees as well. The terracotta colour is really nice as well. Very, very on trend, especially as we're going into autumn. These colours are really nice.
It's nice and earthy. It's really, really, really
You're
sweet.
autumnal elephant. Message coming in. Love meeting Jenny at Festival of Quilts. She was so generous with her time and a real joy to meet. Lovely show today from Marjorie.
Thank you. It was lovely getting to know people properly and having a nice little chat.
Did you do any workshops?
No, I literally just talked for 4 days. Just met and chatted.
Were you with the Jukey boys?
Yeah, I was. That's why we had a hangover on the Saturday.
Say no more. Say no more. So you have here your elephant panel, the paper pieces, which we're going to have a look at in a moment, and you get all of your written instructions, and that is a lot of pages. It's not just one little leaflet. You get lots of help along the way. Just £24.99. Anybody who has never purchased one of Jenny's patterns before, oh, today's the day, especially with somebody who's never done EPP before. It's a really good place to start, as you're literally cutting out the pieces from your panel. Do you need to add seam allowance onto those?
No, they're all in there. I'll show you. I'll cut one of the shapes out.
Perfect.
In a minute.
Just £24.99. I think it's really important. You know, after the pandemic, I know a lot of people who got into hand sewing during lockdown, and as we return to busy, crazy lives, it's still really important to stop and do a bit of hand stitching. Good for your mindfulness, and you enjoy the process. I think it's lovely as a gift idea for somebody. Here we go, another lady. This is Carolyn. So good morning all. From the, where are you? I don't know where you are. We're going to look it up. Just bagged a koala and a leopard kit. Christmas presents for somebody special. Lovely, relaxing Sunday today. Good morning, Carolyn. Oh, you're in Scotland. Up in Scotland. Carolyn, these are ideal for gift ideas, aren't they?
Yeah, and they do come together really quickly. So if you're thinking like someone loves the animal, Christmas present, perfect. You've got plenty of time to make it.
I think that's really special as well, that you've made something, you know, hand-stitched something with love.
I love making stuff for people's presents.
It's really special, isn't it? If you receive something that's been hand-stitched with love. And also, if you're going on holiday, if you're anywhere, you know, on the move, Jenny, you're probably one of these people who can't sit and watch the telly without doing something with your hands. Do you have to be stitching?
That. Yeah, constantly stitching. I always take it in the car with me. If Dylan's got a meeting or anything, I'll sit in the car and stitch while I wait.
Yeah, it's a very portable sort of one to take
just pop
with
it in a pouch and go.
Yeah, perfect. Right, so let's go from the start then, for anybody who's not seen these shows before.
Sure. So I have sewn the first line together because I just thought it would be good to start with. But I'll show you exactly how to cut them out. I tend to use scissors, but that's just because I enjoy sitting cutting these. And you don't need to add any seam allowance at all. So you want to cut away the white. So you just literally cut around the shape.
I love your scissors and everything. Leopard print scissors.
Leopard print everything. So you just cut the shapes around. I cut just out like on the black line.
Okay.
I don't know if the printed ones do. I think the printed ones do have that people get, because I get a quick panel.
You get a quick panel, but yours...
my panel you shouldn't really wash.
Okay.
Because it's not had the protective coating or anything.
Can this be washed?
Yeah. But because I need it really quickly so I can work on it, they don't have time to do it.
Do I need to wash it before I cut it out?
No, you don't need to wash it before, but once you've sewn and, you know, used it, if you want to wash it, it's fine.
Okay.
But I don't have time to wait for it to go through that process.
But this still has the black lines. You can see exactly where you're cutting. And you've actually got a bit of wiggle room between, haven't you?
Oh, yeah. So you want to cut out so you can't see any white.
Now, I'm a bit concerned that I might get these in the wrong order. Any tips of being able to not have to do a jigsaw puzzle?
There. So what I tend to do is I will cut one row out.
Okay.
I will baste them, and then these haven't been basted because I was going to do that quilter's clip, and I'll put a little sticky note saying 1.
Right, so do it in rows. Don't go ahead of yourself and cut everything out and then go,
Always take a photo of the panel before you cut it out anyway, just so you've got reference.
Oh,
I mean,
there
is pictures in the patterns, but it's always handy just to have one on your phone.
Jenny, do you want to know a good idea that Hannah's seen? You might say, no, this is really not a good idea, but go on, Hannah. Hannah says, cover them all and lay them out into your cushion, onto freezer paper.
Yeah.
And then as you go, you peel them off one by one.
You could do, but it's not going to be portable.
No, it's not going to be portable.
But you could totally do that if you are just going to be doing it at home. But yeah, I will cut a row, baste a row, and then clip them with a quilter's clip and just write row 1.
Yeah.
And then I'll do the next row. Sometimes I just cut them all and before I baste them, but I just clip them, row 1, then I go back and basting. But that's the best way to not get them mixed up. So that's how you cut them, and then I'm just going to show you how you baste.
So have you always glue basted, or do you originally thread?
Originally,
based?
I did thread based, but I just don't have the time.
Okay.
And also I find for like smaller hexagons it's easy, but when you're using larger shapes, like I find thread basting it just got quite difficult. You might pull it and like manipulate the card a bit, and yeah, it's not for me anymore.
Now the card that comes with it as well, it's all been cut, all precisely cut.
Yeah, specifically for this pattern, and you can use them again. So like I said, don't throw them away afterwards. They've got plenty of life in. You could do, so you would lay them out exactly how you have this cushion, like the meeting like this.
Yeah, rainbow colours.
You can just, you can just, anything. Scraps.
Yeah.
And it always looks good.
Yeah.
Scrappy EPP always looks perfect. So what you want to do is, what you can do is get a ruler and draw 1/4 inch in from the edges if you want to. So then you just place your template inside. So you just measure in from that edge, draw a 1/4, measure in from that, draw a line. But I tend to just eye it because I haven't got time to do that. So if you just centre it, and then using your glue, you are just going to go down. You don't need much glue at all.
The So Long glue pen, by the way, it's just £5.99, and this will become your best friend. It isn't like, and I'm going to say it, I have tried it. If you've got a Pritt stick or any other glue stick in your drawer, don't try it because it doesn't work. This is a specially developed glue for fabric, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It peels back so easily. It doesn't leave a residue on the fabric. All is good with it. You don't have to worry about anything. It's perfect for the job.
And it dries completely clear as well.
Yeah.
So that's a blue cartridge. Some of them have got yellow or pink cartridges, but they are completely clear. So yeah, they're just £5.99 if you need to stock up.
So that's one shape basted. I'm going to just baste another one for you and then show you how to sew these two on. So again, you just centre it. Like I said, you might find it easier to draw 1/4 inch round each side, so then you can use those lines as reference. So you really don't need much glue. I also find using the glue gives you really crisp, lovely edges as well.
It's so much quicker than thread basting. It's not cheating either, is it? No. You're still going to be hand stitching them together. This is just the basting part.
Yeah, it's just time. I do think it gives off a really lovely crisp edge, so I couldn't go back now.
How long will it stay like that? You know, if you're doing this in rows and then clip them together, will it hold long enough for you to then?
It would hold for like 10 years.
Oh, okay.
But it will still come off fine after that 10 years. And you can always just press it with an iron if you leave it in forever. But you can leave it in 5 minutes, you can leave it in 5 years. It's fine. So, so I have basted 2 shapes. Just going to move this further into screen. And these these ones will go up, if you can see there. So you're just going to put the 2 shapes right sides together, like so. I put a little quilter's clip here so I don't have to hold it too tight, because I'm sewing so much.
So are you going through the cards when you're doing this?
No, so you just go through you just catch a little bit of the fabric. You don't go through the cards at all because you're going to remove the cards at the end. But you can feel that with your needle. So I've just knotted my cotton, and you're just going to do a small whip stitch.
We're really close.
Yeah. So you don't want your stitches too close together, but you don't want them like really, really far apart.
Okay. So is the aim to not see your stitches at all?
No, you can see your stitches.
I quite like it. I think it adds a bit more charm.
You can see my stitches. You know, you don't want them showing too much. If you sew really, really close together, often that makes your stitches show even more, because it gets a bit bulky, the seam, if you sew it like, because one lady said, oh, I don't understand why this takes so long. She was literally sewing her stitches right next to each other on top, so it was getting quite thick. So you could really see those, but you don't need them to be that close.
And do you use a specific colour for this? Obviously, when you're thinking about your thread colours.
So I used a light grey. I'm using white right now, but I used a light grey for most of this one.
Okay.
So yeah, it just depends. I tend to switch between white, cream, light grey or dark grey, depending on the tone of whatever I'm using. If I'm using a mixture of colours, I always use a different tone of grey.
I know you love Aurifil. You've got your own collection, in fact, of Aurifil, haven't you?
Yeah.
I don't have it in stock at the moment, but you specifically chose 80 weight for your collection, didn't you?
I did.
We've got all these lovely neutral colours in at the moment.
Yeah, it's just absolutely perfect for EPP.
These are all 80 weight, and that lovely, calm colourway. These are going to be ideal for that if you are doing, you know, neutral colours like greys. It just tends to work with everything, whether you've got this terracotta background, whether you're working on the greens, whether you're working on the greys of the elephant, it will all blend in. Do you change your colours? So could I do, if I am working on more of the terracotta ones, pick a different colour out, or the greens?
Yeah, you totally can. I do sometimes. If it's very solid colours, if I was doing like loads of different purples, say, I would probably use a purple thread. But yeah, if I'm changing, sometimes I will change the thread.
Yeah.
Not always, but it really depends. I'll often go from a light grey to a dark grey.
And Aurifil, it is beautiful, isn't it, to stitch with? Do you need to condition your thread before you start?
I do.
What do you use to do that?
I use my own one. Little #sew bees.
Have we had that ever on the show?
No.
Oh my gosh, you need to get those for us. We absolutely need to have those.
Yeah, so it's just wax. It just stops, like, because Aurifil's just amazing anyway. And before I used Aurifil, I used to use wax to try and stop it going fluffy. Aurifil doesn't do that, but what it does do is it just coats that thread. If you get a knot, then it pops out really easily if you've got the wax on it, and it does just strengthen everything. I'm just so used to using it now that I just don't sew without it.
Fab. These threads, by the way, they are very, very popular, going straight into baskets. They're 100% cotton, 80 weight, all 5 colours, $26.99, just back in stock.
So much on the spools, they last forever. I think when I wrote my book, I used Aurifil all the way through it. And I think I used a couple of colours, different colours, a lot of greys, a lot of whites and cream. I think I only finished one spool, and then I had half of the other ones left.
Oh my word, really?
It just goes on and on and on.
I'm trying to see how much is on these, but they are...
It's 280, I think.
Oh gosh, brilliant.
I've got a bunch of them. I never go anywhere.
274 to be exact. 274 metres,
yeah,
I think.
it says 280 on each.
Yeah.
What's it? But yeah, so you can see this grey one here.
Yeah.
I have used that for ages, and it is starting to get... That's still going to go for months though.
Brilliant.
Even though it looks like there's not much on there.
All of the colours as well are listed on the back. So if you do then want more of a certain colour, perfect for your hand applique, if you do needle turn applique, they're lovely as well. Previously, when Yvonne McAtamney's been on with Hand Applique Project, she's always championed an 80 weight, and Sally Ann Harrison actually, she's talked about using a lighter weight, an 80 weight for hand sewing. Just $26.99. These are back in stock today, and a third of our stock has gone.
I think if you are struggling with your stitches showing loads, then using the 80 weight really does help, because I noticed myself when I started using this thread, my stitches don't show as much at all because it's thinner, but just as strong because the quality's so good in it. And it's my absolute favourite.
We've got a few questions. Question along the bottom. Morning, ladies. Do you double up your threads or single thread when sewing?
Single.
That's a good question.
Definitely single, because doubling up would make it too thick. It would really show through your front of your work if you doubled it up.
Thank you for your question. Kath's also asked a question on Facebook, and Cheryl says that she loves the elephant.
Oh, hi Cheryl.
Kath says, has Jenny any tips for glue basting? My glue sticks always end up being messy, and the gluing is going in places that I don't want.
So I use it so it makes a point. So I will use it like you would write with a pen. Obviously I'm left-handed if it looks a bit odd to you, but I literally go round, and the next one I'd move it slightly.
Okay, so the side as opposed to
not flat, but just the side a bit, and then it ends up with, like, I don't know if you can see this here. This one is kind of...
Oh, it's like your lipstick,
it's started
isn't it?
to get a little point on it.
Yeah.
So I never use it flat, because if you use it flat down, it is going to just go...
Yeah.
Kind of. So,
and does it melt? You know, obviously we're coming out of summer now, but do you have to? How do you store these?
I've never had a problem with it ever.
Okay.
It's never ever gone dry. I mean, once I've finished using it, I do tend to just go all the way down.
Yeah.
And also, these lids, don't just put it on like that. They do click. So that's the only way it would dry out, I assume. But I've never had one dry out in all the years I've been using it.
There you go. Thanks for your question, Kath. And yeah, I hope that helps. It's on your side graphic if you do want to have a go with the Solan glue pen. We've always used it. I don't think we've ever really used another brand. We always bring on the Solan one because it's so good. Plus, you also getting your free refill in there as well. Right, sorry, where were you, Jenny?
No, that's fine. I've added one shape. It's taken our time today. Nice relaxing Sunday. And so the next one you want to add here. So you would just put, again, right sides together. So I haven't knotted my thread off because I can just keep going, because what I'll do is I'll sew down the other sides after.
Oh, okay, so you don't need to put a knot in.
No. Just trying to line these up. So I've quickly basted them. So definitely take your time with basting. Like I said, it's handy to draw a 1/4 inch around the edge, so you're placing your card right in the middle. And once all sides of a shape has been sewn around, I always tell you to remove the card. And I think when I demo the autumn wall hanging, I'll be able to show you removing a card, because I'm pretty sure I've done a couple of rows on it, so we'll sew all the way around the edge, so you can see how the glue doesn't affect the card.
We will, by the way, if you don't mind, Jenny, we will run over slightly because we want to make sure that we spend time on it. We're having a nice chilled Sunday, aren't we? I'm never here on a Sunday.
No, you're not, are you?
No, I'm covering. Well, I'm covering for Stuart today. I think he swapped for me, and he's going to be here next Sunday.
Ah, it must have been a weekday that we last worked together then. I occasionally do a weekday, but I do tend to do a Sunday. I like to get Dylan off to school in the mornings.
Where is he this morning?
He's at my mum and dad's.
Oh. Will he be up yet? Will he be watching?
He should be up now. Yeah, definitely be up, but whether or not he's watching.
We were talking about babies sleeping, and when I say babies, your little baby, he's 12 now, isn't he? But you said he's definitely gone more towards like the teenager just staying up and like staying in bed now till 10.
Yeah,
10
if he doesn't have to get up, he won't. He won't, no. He'll just stay in bed.
Morning, Dylan. You must come and see us soon as well.
Oh, do you know what? We were planning on that in August, but John really wanted to bring him on, but John wasn't working that day and he couldn't swap. He tried to swap and no one could do it. So we're hoping during another holiday he'll come up, because the plan was to go out with John in the afternoon.
Oh,
and then,
lovely.
he loves Dylan, he does. But But yeah, Dylan would love to come up again. But yeah, I gave you hope with Maisie sleeping.
You have.
Yeah, she will.
Yeah.
She will sleep.
One day.
One day. There we go. So I'm just getting to the end of this point, and then I can show you what you do with the next point. So I will bend one of the templates slightly, but it doesn't mean you can't use it again. There you go. So next up is you want to sew down that side. So you literally just, I don't crease I won't like put a proper crease in the card when I fold it over. I'll just bend it like that. And then line it all up, clip it. The reason why I clip is only so I don't strain my wrist holding to make sure that it doesn't move while I'm sewing. I just find it easier because I'm sewing so much. You don't have to clip.
Oh, but they're useful
But
to
I think
have
a lot
anyway.
of people have found
organising.
that it's actually helped them. And also I sew away from myself instead of towards.
Right.
And people are starting to try that now, because often people have come to me like, what is it that you're doing differently? And I didn't realise that most people sew towards them.
So why would that make a
No,
difference?
because people have been getting people get like wrist ache and stuff. And to me, sewing towards is a very unnatural movement.
Right. So
Whether I was left-handed or right-handed, to me, that's really not natural. Whereas
sewing away,
you're not bending just bring
your
it
wrist.
round and then sewing away.
Yeah, you're not bending your wrist as much.
I can't.
You don't use a thimble either, do you?
No.
No.
Probably because I can't find one to fit over my nails.
True.
I've tried different thimbles, and I've tried the stick-on ones. They're probably the closest I've got, but I think my fingers are just
used to it now.
So used to it now. Whenever I've tried to use a thimble, it's just slowed me down too much. It gets me out of my groove, so I just gave up.
The only reason I say it is when our cat, she did EPP through lockdown, her hands were just in ruins and said, you need to use a thimble.
Yeah. If you can find one
that suits.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many different ones out there. You can try loads of different ones. I need to get some of I've tried these clear sticky pads and they didn't do it for me, but I want to try the actual circular brown ones that you can get. I think they might do the job.
Yeah, there's some of the leather ones, aren't there? Just so you know, your main graphic, by the way, is for your elephant, which is brand new today. You have all of your instructions, all of your paper pieces, and your panel. And as you see, there's no working out the cutting, the placement. Don't need to worry about that. It's all just done for you. You can just enjoy the sewing, can't you? It's just a bit of mindful sewing. Laurie's messaged in saying, hi Vicky and Jenny, I got the elephant. So love your animal collection and great seeing you at Festival of Quilts. Lots of love.
Oh, love you, Laurie. It was so nice to see Laurie. I hadn't seen her. The last time I saw Laurie was just before lockdown at Stitch Fest.
Yeah.
Like just about a week before lockdown, a few weeks before lockdown. It was so nice to see her, and she got a machine.
Well, did you do Festival of Quilts last year? She got a Dookie?
Yeah,
did she?
Wow. No, I didn't do Festival last year.
So I bet this was the first time.
So it's the first time I've been
a lot of
since.
people.
Yeah. So it was so nice.
Oh, thank you, Laurie. And oh my word, we need to hear about your new machine. Also, Megan's made a good point actually. We have some of them on the website. I use so tight magnet grips to hold my EPP together. They're like little magnet clips, aren't they?
Why do I not know these exist?
Defo saves tension in my hands when sewing together. We'll have to see if we can get them on next time you're here. We haven't got physical. I don't think we've got any. Michael, I doubt we'll have any in there, but that's probably a good product actually to be sent to you. We'll have to do it.
Yeah, I didn't even know these existed. Now I'm really excited.
Here you go, I'll show you. If you go onto the website and you search clips, let's see if we can find them. Oh, there they are, look. These are them. You get a pack of 5. That's a really good idea.
Sorry, what?
Mini towels, mini
How did I not know? Great for English paper piecing.
There you go.
I didn't even know that they existed. That's very. So that one slipped straight past me. That one has.
Maybe we'll get them in for your next show then. You can have a go with them.
Yeah, definitely. So I would carry on sewing until my thread ran out. I would just keep adding my shapes along in a row because I find that's the way I like to sew. But I'm just going to show you when you do want to finish off. I just wrap my cotton around my needle twice and just pull it through and it knots. And I tend to take a stitch back because for some reason I have it in my head that secures the knot more. Whether or not it does is another thing. But so once you would have sewn all of those ones in a row, am I in the right place?
Yeah.
Just checking my position is good. So then what I would do is I would sew down the sides here. So just line them up, like so, clip. Just need to knot my...
Jan's asking you, well, she's saying with those long did you use long milliners?
Yeah, so
Number
I only
11s.
use, milliners 11s.
She said they slide through so easily and you can sew through and pull out easily. You don't ever need to push the end of the needle. So that's a good point. Like you said, there's no need sometimes for a thimble if you've got the right needle and the right thread to help you.
So I only use milliners 11s. They have a tiny eye, but I did do a little quick video of how to thread them.
I'm just thinking.
Yeah, they're my absolute go-to. I love them.
What about your magnifying lamp?
Yeah, you could totally use that. A lot of people do, I think. But
just so you know, I think it's the last day of getting it at this price today.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, the last. Have you seen it yet? I think I had it on the other day. Oh my gosh, it was amazing. If you've not seen this lamp, it's a 3-in-1. It's a floor, a desk, and a clamp lamp. It's got a 1.75 time magnification, and it's got 2 brightness light settings as well.
I'm thinking ahead now because the winter's coming and I'm in a basement flat.
You start to lose
and
light so quickly
I
now.
never have light down there anyway, but the sun that I get in the afternoon is not going to be shining through. So it's very dark down there and I have my light, but in the evenings my eyesight's getting worse. So a normal light just doesn't cut it anymore. I need a lamp I can bend.
And the thing is, when it gets to 8 o'clock, you don't want to put all, especially with the prices of energy bills and etc., you don't want to be putting all of your main lights on, do you? It's nice to have a little LED.
It's cosy because it's bright enough that you don't need the rest of the lighting on,
Oh, Louisa Gill's watching. Hello.
My lovely Louisa.
You know everybody in the sewing world, Jenny, don't you?
No, not at all. I've known
everyone
Louisa.
knows Jenny. She says beautiful products as ever, Jen.
Oh, thanks, Lou. I've known Louisa ever since sewing quarter days.
Oh.
Yeah. She's amazing. She had a stand-up festival.
Oh,
I think
brilliant.
I walked past on Saturday. She was like, "You all right?" I was like,
"Oh no." Anybody who didn't hear the story, you've got to watch back Adam. Adam was giving away all of the
I know, and I missed his first hour, and I started watching it on YouTube, and then he phoned me for a quick catch up. 2.5 hours later, I was like, I really need to go.
I think you two need to do a Facebook Live together.
We are. We've just set it up. It's every Wednesday now at 7:30.
Right.
Over on one of our Facebooks, we'll go live and join together, and we're going to have different chats each week.
Oh,
that was the outcome of the 2.5 hour long conversation we had.
Okay. So when are you going to start? When are you starting that? Wednesday night?
The plan was to start this Wednesday. I'm not sure yet.
Yeah.
We're happy to go this Wednesday, but it just depends. We can always move it to next Wednesday.
Yeah.
It's not a problem. But yeah, we're just going to be chatting, might set each other challenges, but in general, it would just be for company and chit chats.
Sewing challenges?
Set each other sewing challenges, yeah. We've been talking about them because we don't do what each other does at all.
Fantastic. Oh, that's going to be great fun, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's just going to be an hour every Wednesday evening. I need to get him down to Brighton though, because I miss him already, and it's only been like, how long has it been since I've seen him? Only a couple of weeks.
So what do you do when you get to the end of this bit here? Do I do the knot at the end here?
Yeah, these ones you wouldn't add another shape because this is just finishing off what would have been a full row. Mm-hmm. So what I'll do is I'll knot this off, and then we will go on to the autumn wall hanging because I didn't realise how time had gone. So you just knot it off. I take my step back and then just cut it.
In the instructions, do you explain how to do your envelope back as well?
Yeah. All the instructions are on there for everything.
Perfect.
So yeah, that is
lovely. Fantastic. Right, we've got to do another project as well. That was the elephant cushion. Absolutely love him. we've now got something a bit different. Now, this is again put together the same sort of technique. The autumn wall hanging. It's absolutely beautiful, Jenny. I love this.
So it's number 2. So we've got a summer wall hanging. I think that might still be in stock, or we got some more in stock.
Yeah,
so
we do.
I'm bringing every other month. I'm bringing one out. So next is the winter one. It's not going to be a Christmas one. It's going to be a winter theme.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, I must say, I love autumn. I do. I really, really do. I know lots of people thinking, oh, it's getting colder, it's getting darker, but I just think, look at this scene. Isn't it absolutely beautiful? So you have got, I mean, it looks like a massive, massive panel. Obviously, when these are all stitched together,
it's that size,
it then creates the size that you can see hanging. And you've got the detail of the lamp post, the beautiful leaves. You've also got, of course, because it's a big panel, we've got, here we go, at the bottom, some labels. You've also got an extra panel there. You've got an extra autumn scene, which you could applique onto something, or you could have that as a front of like a notebook cover, couldn't you?
Yeah, I love the colours of autumn. I wish I could enjoy autumn and winter more, but I just can't, because I just get very, very cold.
Yeah, you've got your big cardi on,
I
haven't
know,
you?
I've got Raynaud's, so I don't have circulation in my toes and feet properly, so I just... smallest thing, like when I was on holiday with Dylan in the Isle of Wight, I could, even though it was the hottest week of the year, I could only stay in the sea for 10 minutes before I had to get out and warm up before I could go back in. And him and my other half were in the sea for like an hour straight, and I was like, how are you doing that?
Oh, bless you. Yeah, it is. I must say, I'm not very good in the cold, but I do love the idea of getting all cosy, and I love the fashion and the colours that you see on walks is lovely.
Yeah, I love it when it's dry and cold.
Yes. Oh yeah, exactly.
So then, because then you can just wrap up loads and loads. I just wear layers and layers and layers. I look like Michelin.
Yeah.
I'm just coating in so many clothes.
Now these are your traditional hexes.
They are, yeah, they are.
They're nice,
love a hex.
big hexes as well. So it's another project is going to come together really, really beautifully. You've got all of your hexes that you need, or are we going to need to dip into the
oh no,
the
you
stash
need
of this?
to. So you get enough to reuse. So you would baste the you know how I said do a line, baste it, clip it together with one. So you could baste. You've got 55 hexes there. So you baste a few. Start sewing them together, and then once all sides of a shape have been sewn around, you can then remove that and reuse it.
Oh, brilliant.
Or you can add them. I have them on my website as well, so you can always buy more of them if you want to have enough to do the whole.
Oh, nearly half the stock has gone.
If you want to,
so you know.
so if you want to do the whole thing without reusing, I do have that size on my website that you can top up. I think it's.
And you've put some in the back here, look.
1.5. Yeah. So they've got the template in the back as well.
You've got
I think
some
it's
in the back.
1.5, but it does say on the instructions.
And you'll definitely use them again, won't you? You'll definitely use those again for different projects.
Oh yeah. Have you seen my Scrappy Hexy Fun group on Facebook?
No.
It's mad. It's got loads of members now, and we're just having fun with scrap.
Okay, so how do we find that?
It's just on Facebook, and it's called Scrappy Hexy Fun. And it's just gone mad. Like, there's so many members now, and people are just posting all their different scraps and giving each other inspiration on hexy scraps, and yeah, it's great.
I do think it is a great scrap buster as well. Once you've completed the project and you've got your hexes, then you've got those techniques, go for it. Use all your scraps that you've got in your stash. $24.99 again, brilliant price. So is it a similar sort of concept to Elephant as well?
Completely. Yeah, all the hard work's done for you.
Brilliant.
But I just thought it would be really nice to be able to have this hanging in your house, and you can just swap it each season. You
really
know,
lovely.
Because I like hanging textiles on my wall instead of paintings and stuff. So it's nice to be able to just, so they're all going to be exactly the same size as well. So you're not going to have to worry that you might not have space for one. They're all the exact same size. So it is exactly the same.
Oh, I love it.
I'm just going to cut 2 out at a time.
And you've quilted this one as well, haven't you?
Yeah.
So you could do some lovely quilting.
Yep, you can do whatever quilting you fancy for this one. I did straight line quilting, I think, for the summer one, the summer wall hanging. I did some free motion squiggles on it.
It's a nice size actually to have a bit of a practice of your free motion quilting or any other fancy
it's not
quilting.
too big, yeah. So I'm just going to cut out these 2 shapes and just remember which is which and which way up they go. Definitely advise you to cut these in rows and clip the top so you know which way it goes. Again, take a photo of the panel prior to starting to cut it out. I quite like the idea of cutting them all up and shoveling them up and then doing a jigsaw. I can't remember which way this went now.
Oh no, this is too difficult. I did the Festival of Quilts jigsaw when I was very heavily pregnant, like going over my due day. I did the Festival of Quilts one, and that was very hard with all of the little patchwork pieces. But this is a jigsaw. The leaves in the middle there, no, don't fancy that. I think
it would be fun.
Kim just said, morning, Jenny from B&I, you're totally awesome. Love you loads, that's Kim.
Oh, Kim, she's one of my admins. Kim and Bryony Messenger now. They're both admins on my Scrappy Hexy Fun group. They give me a hand, because I didn't expect it to go so crazy. And yeah, they just keep an eye on it for me and answer questions if I've missed them, like when I was away at festival or on holiday. Yeah, they're amazing. There we go. So it's exactly the same process as before. Baste each side. Again, you can draw your 1/4 inch so you know you're placing them. You're placing your template right on the centre. And you're just going to keep going around. This is a nice travel project as well.
Will you use a whole glue pen to do this, do you think? I need to stock up on my refills.
Do you know what? Yeah, probably. I never measure, I just constantly get through them because I'm just constantly EPPing. That's all I do.
£5.99, you get a pen and you get a refill in there as well. It's worth having a few of these pens, I think. One in your, like you say, you do it in the car. Keep just a little pouch with Solan glue pen and then you can throw it in the car.
Oh yeah, because you can just get those little boards as well that you can base. I tend to base on my lap at home, sitting watching TV. You know those
like a lap tray
that have the like beanbag bottom bit, and then I
think we've got some William Morris ones on the website, haven't we?
That's my go-to, honestly. Spend so much time sitting down EPPing. It's mad. Right, I've moved these, so I've got to try and remember. So I sewed this together using orange.
You still got to do a bit of a jigsaw puzzle to check it's the right place, haven't you?
Checking. I think I got this right. So I used orange to sew this together.
Okay.
I'm not going to use orange now because it's not.
Well, in that
I've got one that's already.
In that card pack, I think you get like this sort of colour, the warm colour. That would probably work, would it?
Yeah.
Or a grey. I don't know whether they're sold out. Oh, there's literally 4 left. There's 4 left.
They sell out. My pack has an orange in it. What I did was I chose the neutral colours and then I did a rainbow to go with the book. So it matches with the book. There we go. So yeah, it's the same thing. You're going to do right sides together. I was hoping to be able to sew 3 sides of this, and then I can show you how to take away a piece of card.
Oh, Hannah, we've got a silly question on the Facebook Live from Michael Wolf, our studio audience. He's decided to create an account to send in a message asking, he's not even spelt it right. It's not a silly question. It isn't actually a silly question, but you haven't spelt it right. Our studio audience likes to get involved. It's our floor manager for the last 2 weeks. We've got Becky back on Friday. Wednesday.
What's this question?
What is EVP?
EPP.
EVP.
It's English paper piecing.
Sorry, we do just presume sometimes.
EPP. Yeah.
English paper piecing.
Okay, thanks. I'll just put
It's a traditional hand sewing technique, isn't it, where we fold fabric around card, stitch them together and create beautiful patchwork. And then you take the card out. So, for example, this has been EPP, English paper piece. It's a different piecing technique, isn't it, Jenny?
Yeah.
How long have you been doing EPP?
I'm not actually sure now. Quite a few years.
Did that come before quilting, or when did quilting come in?
I had a go at machine quilting first, just blocks.
Yeah.
And then I came across EPP and I just fell in love. So I've always focused on that, and every now and then I do some normal block quilting, but I also love FPP.
Yeah. That's going to be exciting.
Yeah.
11 o'clock. We've got the FPP quilt behind. Before, if asked, I'd say I hate hand sewing and wouldn't do it. Then along came Jenny with gorgeous patterns and easy to follow instructions, and I'm hooked. Another person hooked, Jenny. There you go. Thank you, Andrea.
It's just what I'm aiming for. The whole world just to EPP.
So if somebody says to you, "Oh no, I don't hand sew," that's your challenge, isn't it? It's
it's like, yes, you do, Jan Hill. You do hand sew now. Right. So I've added one shape, one hexagon, and now I'm going to add this one. So what I would do is I'd sew up here, along there, and down. And then once I've done that one, I can actually show you how to remove a card, because that one will all be sewn around. You can't even see that's a hexagon on the TV.
No.
But there is a hexagon in there. So it's just right sides together. I like to, as soon as the shape's been sewn around, I like to remove it because it makes your piece easier to handle. Also, your card will last longer because you're not like folding it over quite as much.
Right, and it's completely sort of stable. It's not going to warp.
Oh, not at all, because
no.
so long as you've sewn all around the shape. Obviously, I tend to keep my edge ones in until the very end, but if I know I'm definitely not going to need to undo anything, then I sometimes take them out because it's just easier. There we go. So I'm going to try and sew this line and the next one quickly. So
Do you have lots of projects on the go? Do you have different projects, or do you like to complete a project?
So I've got a scrappy hexy quilt on the go, which is part of my thing for the Facebook group. That one is, well, I just add to it when I get scrapped.
Well, that's always what I thought EPP sort of was when I first started, because I think it was Hannah had one, and I think producer Kat at the time, she had one as well. There was quite a few people who just kept adding to it, and I said, well, what's it going to be? And you didn't really know, Hannah.
Yeah.
How's your quilt go? Have you finished your quilt now? She said she doesn't do it all the time. It's something that she can pick up and put down and just add to it.
So that's the only project that I really have on the go constantly, but it's because I'm working. I think if it was just my hobby, I would probably have a million on the go. But yeah, at the moment, I sometimes have one that I'm designing going on in the background for quite a while, and that's one that, you know, I'm not in a rush to release the pattern, or it's not for work here. You know, that one might just be because I don't like the thought of not having anything to sew as well. Because what am I going to do in the evenings?
And like you said, we have different reasons, whether it be a gift for somebody that you want to do it quite quickly, or if it's something that's a project that's just ongoing. It's nice, isn't it? Especially about the animal cushion as well, because a lot of people are doing them as gifts, and you know that it's something that you could achieve. Or if you're a new sewer as well, I like to see the end results and, you know, feel how satisfying it is to finish a project as well. It gives you motivation to do another one then. Hi beautiful ladies, please can you tell me if there is hexy cards in the kit and what size they are? Thanks, love a hexy. Yes, there are hexes. Now these are your hexes, aren't they? So they're slightly different to hexes that you may get.
I'm pretty sure they're 1.5, the ones that are in this pattern. My dad will be shouting at the TV now saying yes or no.
Because he cuts all your hexes, doesn't he?
However, so my 1.5 hexes, if you got different so you used mine for the first 55, if you get a different branded 1.5 hexy, it could be out by 1 millimetre or 2 millimetres, and it ends up making a difference.
Okay.
So when you're making scrappy quilts, you want to stick with one brand, so that, because those millimetres, if you think about it, even if it's 2 millimetres, if you're sewing 20 hexes in a row, they're going to add up. And then you're going to go to a different one, and then it's going to be all skew width. But yeah, so you get 55 in the kit. Yeah. You can reuse or get more from my website, and it works like that.
Amazing. They're all included.
You can reuse them. Like I said, once I've done this particular row, I'm going to remove a card so I can show
us. Yeah. Fabulous. Because you're not actually stitching through the card at all, and the glue, it still easily pops out, as you'll see in a moment. So not only do you have all of the cards, you'll also get your instructions with extra templates in there, and you get your full massive autumnal beautiful panel, all £24.99. I can see why you question it actually, you know, when you see the price and you think, hang on, does it include the card? Because that is a really good price. So it includes cards as well.
I'm just deciding how I'm going to, my winter one at the moment.
It's a nice project to do on a Sunday actually, isn't it? It's very relaxing. Just so you know, Jenny, your leopard once again has sold out.
Oh.
Leopard's gone. We need to get more. We've already got people asking for more leopards, please.
Aw,
How's the giraffe getting on? We knew he'd be really limited as well. The giraffe has got 4 or 3, in fact 3. You can't see him, he's above the sloth. He's hanging up, he's right at the top. Can we have a look at him up here? There he is. Look, he's right at the top of the studio. Oh, he's gorgeous. Oh, sorry, we've got a very big cushion. Very big cushion in the back, it's spinning round. That's an interesting shape to sew actually, Jenny, isn't it?
Yes, that's a crown.
A crown,
so
yeah,
you
nice.
sew them, you rotate them to fit meat in the middle, and then it actually makes a hexagon.
Lovely. There's literally a couple of those still available. Right, so.
Right, yes. So I've sewn all around one side of a shade. I'm just going to pop my needle in so I don't lose it. So that hexagon there has got everything sewn around that side. So all you do is you can use, you can run a little needle through there if you don't have nails. But I tell you what, the panel fabric in particular, it comes off so nicely. And you literally just, there you go.
And the template is still completely
And
intact.
the template, I mean this template I've probably used, so this is one of my templates. I've probably used that at least 5-6 times.
Oh, great. That's good to know.
And it's still good to go.
So then join your Scrappy Hexy Quilt Club on Facebook.
Yeah,
there you
Hexy
go.
fun, yeah, and have fun with us.
Absolutely, and you're ready. You've got your hexes ready then. You can use them for lots of projects. Brilliant. Is there anything else that you wanted to mention about the autumnal?
All the chilling. The summer one I think is still on the website. That's a flower with a butterfly. I'm sure they still have that in stock. Oh, it's there.
Yeah, we'll play it through
At
as
the
well. We're going to
front,
play it
yeah.
through. It's this one. There isn't loads of these, but this is the summer one. It's beautiful.
It's so cute. It has a sideways, but it's a flower with a butterfly. Yeah.
There we go. Hang on, sorry.
Yeah,
You're right. Am I upside down still?
Upside down now. But you can see
What
the full
job pic.
picture in little anyway.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you ever so much, Jenny. But you can
That's
see
all
that
right.
whole picture. It's absolutely stunning. I love the colours in that one.
Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Colours are
So
gorgeous.
pretty.
Thank you. There it is, Charlie. Thank you ever so much,
Thank
Jenny.
you very much.
We're having a little quick break, little 45 minutes, and then we're coming back with your
FPP. We are, yes.
That's foundation paper piecing, Michael. Foundation paper piecing. So we're going to get the machine out, aren't we?
version, yeah.
We're teaching him so much, aren't we?
I know. He's going to be so knowledgeable.
I'm not being sarcastic to him. I'm actually loving that he's learning. It's great because he's really interested. It's it's not very often that we have someone that comes in brand new and genuinely wants to learn. So we're going to teach him all about FPP next, and everybody else who wants any questions answered, get them in. Right, do not go anywhere because that 505 spray we'll have another look at. We've got a bit of a discount. Those of you that have looked at items on pre-order, we're also going to drop the price on quite a few items, so stay exactly where you are. Also, yeah, we'll keep this. Stay where you are. We're coming back with lots of sewing room tools right after this. We have some exciting news. Sewing Street has been nominated in the Best of Craft Awards and the British Sewing Awards for 2022. We're so amazed that 2 years have flown since Sewing Street started, and we couldn't have done it all without our Sewing Street family. Thanks to our presenters and guests for entertaining and inspiring us every day, and for all of our viewers for tuning in for all the fun. We've been lucky enough to be nominated for 2 awards this year, which are the most loved TV shopping channel at the Best of Crafts Awards and the best sewing social media account at the British Sewing Awards. To vote, please head to our website to find out all the details you need to get involved. Thank you for your support and votes.
Hello, my name's Fiona Hisford, also known as Sew Girl. I'm based in Worthing on the south coast of England, and I work in my lovely garden studio, which is where I am right now. So my sewing journey began as a child. My mother used to surround the house with Laura Ashley fabrics and wallpapers, and I used to patch together some of the scraps and make little quilts for myself and dolls' clothes and things like that. So one of my top tips in dressmaking would be to definitely make a toile before you start. Sometimes if you're using expensive fabric, it's a good idea to make the garments in a sheet or a cheap fabric, just so that you're absolutely sure of the fit. An interesting fact about me is that I used to be a knitwear designer back in the 80s, and once I made a jumper for the singer Sade, which was really exciting. I worked in Paris for 6 years, and when I came back, I fell back in love with fabric again, and I started working with magazines and books and writing projects for them, and that led eventually on to me designing my own collection of dressmaking patterns. My philosophy is that I love comfortable clothing, everyday things that are easy to make, easy to wear. I like modelling my clothes myself, and I wear pretty much everything that I design. So I always think that if I feel good in them, then other people will. I've been working for Sewing Street since it began, and I love it there. We're like one big family, and I'm on the show about every 2 months, and so I look forward to seeing you on the next show soon. Bye.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Hello, welcome back. Thank you for staying with us on this lovely Sunday morning. We've got Jenny back in about 45 minutes with the Lotus FPP quilt. Those of you that have already checked out on the website, oh, well done. We've got a full demonstration with Jenny coming up at 11 o'clock, so not too long to wait. Now, this hour, we've decided to get some of our favourite bits and bobs. Oh, you mentioned about freezer paper, Hannah. See what you did there. We've also got some nice little bits and bobs, which we're actually going to discount for you this morning. Where shall we start? Oh yeah, we mentioned this, by the way. We mentioned this earlier on. I've never even seen the 500ml one before. So we've got the 250, and then we've also got the 500ml as well. So the 250, yes, you can get. If you've never tried 505 before, maybe this is the one to try out. This is what we normally have. It is a temporary, it's a temporary adhesive spray. Spray your wadding. If you're making your quilt sandwich, if you spray the wadding, put your fabric on it, and it will hold it in place without the need of thread basting, without needing to use lots of safety pins like the banana clips. You can literally just spray it. Now, they do advise spraying in a real sort of well ventilated area, and it isn't just for fabrics. You can hold ribbon, tissue paper, maybe if you're holding pattern paper for dressmaking down onto your fabric whilst you're cutting, this would be a good reason to use it as well. Felt, jeans, all of that. So if you do just want to have a go and you've never used it before, that's the one I'd recommend. If you know that you use 505 all the time for projects, get this, we never ever get the chance to bring you double the size. It's the first time I've ever even seen it, and it's no extra cost to send it. You don't have to pay extra because it's an aerosol. It will be sent to you for £13.99. If you've paid your P&P already today, it's also covered under that one P&P. About 70% of the people that have checked out on multiple units of this. I think if you do a lot of quilting and you do a lot of basting, then you know you use it, you know you need it. It's definitely worthwhile. In fact, it's slightly better value for money as well, isn't it, if you're getting the big one? Just £13.99 for your 500ml, so it's double the size, and it's in one can without having to stock up on lots of cans together. Bit more on space saving as well, isn't it, if you know that you're going to use it. Just £13.99. The 505 is an Odif brand, which I probably think is potentially the most popular one that I've seen on the show. There's a lot of people that use basting sprays. There's different brands out there, but it's the 505, the Odif one, that I hear most of our guest designers sort of raving about, talking about. It does give that temporary spray. So if you're using it for your autumnal quilt, maybe when you've done your EPP and you're ready to quilt it, making a quilt sandwich, spray the wadding, put your fabric on top of it, press it down, it'll keep it all nice and flat and keep it all together. When Charlie first started, he thought it was like some sort of secret code. He heard it a lot. 505, 505, and he was like, what is this 505? Sometimes I know we talk in code, EVP 505. Michael is getting used to our secret codes, isn't he? Oh yeah, his new favourite term is is stitch in the ditch. He just kept dropping it in there. We're like, you do know that it's just a sewing term. It's not any sort of secret. He thinks it's some, If you have any questions, please ask, because we forget that, we talk in code a lot of the time and probably sound like we're talking a foreign language to anybody who's new to sewing. So if you don't know any of these products or need to know anything more, please, please, please do get in touch with us. The whole joy of Sewing Street is that we're an online, active, interactive community as well. So yeah, message in whenever you'd like. £13.99. So when you're basting your quilt, obviously you need your 505. That's a great way of basting. Another great way of basting is these safety pins. Now, some people actually use both. Some people sometimes use the 505 spray to hold it in place and then use the curved safety pins just as an extra security, especially if you're doing a larger project. Now, they are literally... can I open them or not? We'll have a quick look and see if we've got any, but if you can see, they are They're sometimes called banana pins, so they're literally just like a safety pin, but they're slightly longer and they've got a bend to them. So when you're putting them through a layer of fabric, if you imagine this sort of action, then they bend at the bottom, so they hold them in place. No, don't worry. Do you want me to open this one? Let's do it. Let's do it. It's Sunday. It's because I'm never here on a Sunday, am I? I'm not really here very often on a Sunday. I totally forgot it was Sunday. I stayed at my mum's last night because Kieran's away, and I said my sister was up as well. And I was like, "Oh, does everyone get up this early?" And Mum was like, "No, it's Sunday." I was like, "Oh, I didn't know Charlotte got up this early for work as well." She's like, "It's Sunday. You just woken us all up." Nobody gets up this timing. Just Maisie wanting to watch Peppa Pig. But I could only get it for some reason on my mum's iPlayer in Welsh. So she's going to learn Welsh, which is great, isn't it? No, it's a really good idea, I think, to get children to watch some of those, children's TV programmes in a different language, and then they just learn. So you've got here how many pins? Loads, 50, 150. Look, you've even got the little dividers in here. I've never noticed that before. You can use the pot again then, can't you? So you've got the little dividers and this lovely little tin, and then you've got loads of them. So if you imagine, let's do it. If you're making your quilt sandwich, obviously you're just using the one layer. If you aren't using spray and you're just using your banana pins, then you're obviously going to need to use more. Maybe use a couple of packets, because you're going to have to put a lot through. But if you're getting the spray and just these for extra security, it's good. So if you imagine you've got your sandwich, it's your own personal choice. You might not be able to spray aerosols if you don't have a well-ventilated area. So as I say, they're literally just like your safety pins, but because they've got this bend in them, they lend themselves perfectly to be able to keep your project still nice and flat. They're designed for quilting, so it still keeps nice and flat, but depending on what wadding you're using as well, you can put them closer together. You can pack them further apart if you are using your spray as well. Oh, I'm going through all the layers here. Oh yeah, they have to be nice and strong, don't they, to be able to get through all your layers. But the main thing is, we all know how important when basting to be able to keep your project nice and flat. Just £4.99. I have these in my drawer anyway and use them as an ordinary, if ever you need an ordinary safety pin to clip my top together or anything like that if it's a bit low. Here's a little safety pin. So 150 of them for just £4.99. Thought that they are ideal if as well you are getting your 505 just for that extra security. Perfect. Right, so we've just talked about making a quilt sandwich. Obviously, you need some wadding. Now, in terms of sewing room tools, we always talk about different tools that you might have, different fabrics that we all coo over, all absolutely love. Something we never really see, but is absolutely one of the most important things for quilting, is what fits on the inside. Now, this is our Visaline 80/20 off the roll. We introduced brand new Visaline waddings, didn't we? We did the, go on. Oh, it wasn't Visaline, sorry. This one's Visaline. We've offered wadding off the roll. This is the original. So the new ones that we had, it weren't Visaline. This is the original. Fantastic. So if you bought this before, if you know that you like this one, it will look the same, it'll act the same. But if you have your preferences, if you want your branded Visaline, yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. This is the original off the roll. Just in case maybe you're halfway through a project and you know that you've bought a specific wadding that you want more of, the same wadding. This is the one that we've had for the past couple of years. Just £6.99, and it will be cut off the bolt for you. So look how wide just one unit is. If you are doing a huge quilt, you're not going to need to piece your wadding. You can though. Just remember, we all talk about scraps of fabric, keep scraps of wadding as well, because even though this is really, really, really wide, if you're, for example, just making this FPP quilt, sorry, my microphone, you're not going to need all of that width, obviously. So keep it, absolutely. Base that you can buy really good tape, actually. I think we've got some basting tape. I'll show you that in a second. So you can base them together like you would stitching fabric together to create larger pieces of wadding as well. So don't throw any wadding away. But it's lovely and soft. The benefits of using your 80-20, sorry if my microphone's making funny noises. Yeah, I'm just going to move my microphone, bear with me. Sorry about that. Hopefully that shouldn't crackle now. Now the benefits of using your 80-20 is that it's really, really soft. If you've used a cotton wadding before, they are beautifully soft. But the benefit, of course, having the polyester blend means that it's going to wash and dry really efficiently and quickly and easily. It will lay really beautifully flat if you're using it as a wall hanging. It will give it that little bit of softness and loft if you're using it in a cushion as well. Just £6.99 for that much wadding. It's a great chance to try it out. And if you do know that you need 2 meters, for example, add 4 units, stock up whilst you can, especially if you've already paid your 1p&p today. If you bought, for example, your elephant cushion, then definitely stock up. It's something that, I know it doesn't look particularly exciting, but it's something that is really important to have in our stash. Okay, so if you have got lots of small pieces of wadding, this is the batting tape that I'm talking about. So it's heat press. Basically, you butt them up together, pop this tape between them and fuse them with an iron. Obviously, test batting and tape before you start pressing on top of it. I wouldn't be pressing directly onto a polyester wadding, for example, but just check that you're happy with how it's pressing. But you literally can just butt them together, use it like a bit of a, well, just I think that we've had one of these open before, but there is a picture, I believe. We can show you how it works on 2 scrap pieces. And it reduces the bulk because you don't need to overlap them. You don't need to, you don't need to cross them over and stitch them together. You can literally just press them and they will still lay flat. So even in the middle of a quilt, you wouldn't notice if you were using that. Really handy. It also says it's good for Quilt As You Go projects. Turn up hem, lay tape in the middle, along the hem row edge, press and iron. So yeah, ideal for Quilt As You Go projects as well. It's 3/4 of an inch in thickness, and you get 10 yards. It's just under 10 meters, isn't it? For £7.99. Just in case anybody is thinking, you know what, I have got lots of small bits of wadding. Put them all together and they might be more useful for a larger project, even if you've got smaller pieces. So that's your batting tape. Please, 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 can we do this cut and press? The, Quilter's multi-mat. I'm intrigued by this. So it will come all packaged nicely like this. We have used ours. You'll have seen it on the show. If you do have a smaller space, if you've got maybe your sewing machine set up, if you've got your, your iron out, you're doing lots of pressing, you're doing cutting, this is brilliant as a space saver, and also for somebody who is on the move sewing, for somebody who's going to workshops or classes, this is brilliant. Now, you're thinking, oh, well, it's only an A4 size. If I'm doing a larger project that I need to press, it opens out without damaging the spine. You can lay it out like this, and then you've got double that surface area to be able to press your projects. Then, Inside here, Emma Bradford introduced me to these, and since then we've ordered lots of different designs. We've had different colourways, and they are all super popular. They're £20. You've got a pressing mat, a cutting mat. You've then also got this part here, which acts as like a design wall. It's like a velour sheet, and then the sort of sandpaper back. You would always think, how am I going to use that? How is that going to benefit me as a sewer? If, for example, you are drawing any quilting lines, marking out your half square triangles, and you try and do it on your table, it's potentially going to slip and slide out all over the place. Whereas if you do it onto the sandpaper, it holds it in place. When you're marking your fabric, it's going to stay where it is. So this is brilliant. I think it's one of those products that you don't realise how much you'll use it until you've got one, and then you'll think, how did I live without it? Absolutely brilliant 4-in-1 mat. But the reason that I wanted to do this is because Hannah said to me this morning, I'm going to discount this, not just taking £1 off either. For anybody who has opened their order, if you've got one of these, or if you're after a gift for somebody today, it's £5 off. That is so good. I don't think I've ever seen that under £15 before. And it's lovely in the stripe print as well. Don't think I've ever seen it so low. $14.99. Think about how much you pay for a quality pressing mat, how much you pay for a cutting mat. And look, this has got centimetres, it's got inches on here. You can cut diamonds and triangles, because look, you've got your 45-degree angle there for your isosceles triangles. You've got a 60-degree angle there as well. All handy in one. I remember when I first started my patchwork and quilting classes, and I was lugging around with me my cutting mat. I had to take my own sewing machine with me. It was a lot to take, whereas this is really handy. I could even keep a pattern and my project, a block that I'm sewing at a class, already there, cut, ready to go, next to the velour sort of sheet, and it will stay where it is, storing it flat in there. I've got my pressing mat, take my little travel iron with me, and you're ready to go. And you're setting up your little station where you're not having to go over to the other side of the room to go and do your pressing. As we're doing patchwork, we all know there's a lot of repetition of cutting and pressing and cutting and sewing and pressing. So to be able to have it all together, it's brilliant. £14.99 for your 4-in-1 quilter's mat, your anti-skid layout mat, your marking mat, your ironing mat, and your cutting mat as well. All for £14. £14.99. Okay, enjoy that saving. £5 off today, £5 off. Okay, when you are talking about, earlier on we were saying with Jenny, EPP, if you take your colds out too early, then you could run the risk of warping your fabric. It might be a good idea, before you cut your panel out, to give it a spritz of best press. I know you've got the cards in there to stabilise it, but this is like, it's like a spray starch, but I think it's got a bit more than that as well, because it's a starch and sizing spray, and it smells lovely as well. We've got the scent free, but let's start with the lavender. It is for your quilting. You know, your spray starch that you might get for your collars and things in the supermarket. This is for your quilting, for your sewing. You still can use it with your iron for shirts, especially these larger bottles, but this has been developed with quilting in mind. So this is the Mary Ellen's Best Press, and what makes it I find better than some starch sprays I've used is that it doesn't leave any flaking or any residue. It doesn't leave any shine on your fabric. So if you're spraying it on black fabric or white fabric, or it won't change, it won't leave a coating on it, which is brilliant, isn't it? Also, just to highlight, yes, this is purple. The liquid is purple. It will dry completely clear. So if you're doing it on white fabric, don't panic. Literally, just give it a quick spritz before you cut out. One, it will make your workroom smell absolutely beautiful, as this is lavender and vanilla scented. It's so relaxing, such a beautiful scent. After you've used it as well, you've got a spray bottle then. What would you use it for? Misting plants. Yes, good idea. Oh, someone was telling me, obviously once you've washed it out, put water in it, and then, yeah, reusing the bottle. It's a nice bottle. It's got a good spray. It's got the sprayer, by the way. I know this sounds silly, but it gives off a nice fine mist. It won't soak your fabric. So it is a really good spray bottle as well. No clogging, no waste, no flaking, even on dark fabrics, no residue or shine, acid-free, guides fabric against soiling, and the main reason quilters love to use it is if you're cutting on a bias and you're handling your fabric a lot, you can very, very easily warp your fabrics, and that means they might not necessarily fit as well together. So this is ideal to be able to give it a bit of a spritz, and it will stabilize that fabric temporarily. Just $11.99 for your vanilla and lavender scent. Now, I can't remember who I was on with. It might have been our Bruce who said he didn't like lavender, and I was really shocked because I thought everybody loves the smell of lavender. If you don't want lavender smell, we also have scent-free. Absolutely fine. Have you seen the scent-free bottle in the studio before? Not for a long time, Hannah's saying. I think it keeps disappearing. Do you know who takes it all? Wendy Orlando. And I don't think she has the lavender, I think she has scent-free. So if you do want the scent-free, it normally gets snapped up by our Wendy Orlando. If you do work with a lot of bias edges, that is brilliant. It's an American brand. So therefore, normally, especially for these larger bottles, you might have to pay a hefty shipping charge. More difficult to get here in the UK. Today, all covered in that one P&P charge of just £3.95 all day long, and that's everything from the website to the Today's live show. If you're watching on any replay, which I know a lot of people have messaged in and said they were going to be watching later on the replay, if you are, speak to the customer service team and just ask what's available. No pressures today. We just wanted to give you, a bit of light relief, and for anybody who wants to have a chill Sunday afternoon, enjoy a little bit of sewing, with some great discounts as well. Hannah's really spoiling you. £11.99 for the large Mary Ellen's Best Press. I've got the fat quarter bag. Oh, it's sold out. I was going to say that sells out every single time it comes to wear. We could do some extra wide backing. Now I've got two Tula. I can't recall seeing these ever before. So I've got one which is a white background, and then one which is like a green. It is so soft. I think Tula makes these, it's mercerized cotton. So if you imagine having a beautiful blanket which you're snuggled up under, you want to feel it soft to the skin. It's beautifully soft. Therefore, do you know what? Dressmaking. This would be really nice for dressmaking as well, because it is so soft. Now, it's extra wide, Michael. In fact, I might be okay. I'll have a go. You might need to hold the other side of this because it is 274 centimetres wide. So it is literally the width of our two desks here. 274 centimetres. And I do love that you've got these beautiful ladybirds. How beautiful are those colours? That'd be really lovely. Absolutely. You could do this as a shirt. You could do this as a dress. Because it's really super soft, it would be really, really lovely as a dress or for dressmaking. Remember, it's going to be cut off the bolt for you, whatever size you want. It is the first time I've seen this. It's from the Tiny Beasts range as well, which is one of my favourite collections from Tula Pink. Two different colourways. So you've got it in this colour, and then you've also got it in the blue as well. What about like a big bean bag cover, or like a selection of reading cushions? You could, absolutely, with ½ metre. Thank you, Michael. You could revamp a whole, spare room, work room, teenager's room, child's room, fussy cut these, applique them onto cushions and things, because just with one unit, actually, Michael, you were asking about fussy cutting earlier. This is an ideal opportunity for fussy cutting. You could cut around these ladybirds and you could applique them onto little tops, white t-shirts, onto all sorts of projects, because you're getting a lot of ladybirds just on one unit there. What do you think? What would you applique them onto? Bags? Pencil cases?
The front of a t-shirt and call myself Ladybird Man.
Yeah, onto a t-shirt. Good idea. I'll ignore the bits that you said afterwards. Some sort of superhero, I think he wants to be. Oh. Should we do the blue background? Oh. I think this would be lovely bedding. Oh, someone make me a lovely duvet set of this. So soft. So soft. Pillows, pillowcases. This would be beautiful for pillowcases. How amazing as well for a children's teepee. For a teepee, a play den. Because you've got that extra width, anybody who shares a bedroom with siblings and, you know, maybe older children who are doing the homework and want their own sort of private space, you know those little bunk beds that have got like an office space underneath? Or a play space, do you know what I mean? I used to have one of those as well, Charlie. But you could put a curtain across, couldn't you? Give them a bit of privacy doing their homework away from siblings if they are sharing bedrooms. Or big bean bags, because you've got that extra width. Larger projects, this is ideal. £13.99. You've got the purple, you've got the going into pinks, going into the reds, going into the greens. £13.99. 274 centimetres wide. Remember, these are extra wide. So, in fact, actually, right, I don't mean to sort of, I'm going to throw caution to the wind and just ask the question. So, this is more than double the width of your standard quilting weight fabric, isn't it? 112 wide is normally your width. So this is 274, so this is more than double the width of your regular quilting weight fabric. How much is it normally by the half metre for your regular quilting weight Tula Pink? $7.99? $7.99 half metre? This is amazing to be able to say. That's really good value. You know, I'm thinking big projects. I'm now thinking just having it for your piecing, cutting out smaller blocks, using it for your half square triangles. Big, beautiful borders. This is going to be gorgeous, isn't it? Imagine big half square triangles, 8-inch size, solid colour on one side and this on the other. That'd look great, wouldn't it? You're getting a lot of fabric, and remember, it's Merseyside cotton, so it's really, really soft. Still absolutely fine for quilting as well. So at that price, at the value for money, I wouldn't just be thinking of the big projects. Don't be thinking, oh, where am I going to need extra wide for backing quilts? Have it on the front of your quilt. Have it on the front. You could literally, if you don't want to do patchwork, have this as the front. Put your wadding in this between. Maybe get one of these as well. A couple of units of this one. That's a quilt. You could then practice maybe some free motion quilting. Practice some swirls around these beautiful ladybirds. Don't even need to do patchwork with it. It looks fab, doesn't it? Love that. First time I've seen those, and they are really good value for money. Okay, in fact, Hannah's saying, on that themed, value for money, are you ready for this? This is, again, more than double the width of your regular, oh my word. This is more than double the width of your regular quilting weight fabric, and it's $8.99. Okay, I'm just going to say it. Christmas stockings, sacks. You could do quilts, waistcoats, dicky bows, homemade Christmas crackers, loads of Christmas decorations, garlands, advent calendars. It's no lesser quality. Don't be put off by that word backing, because it is no lesser quality. It's just the width that means it's, you know, ideal for backing quilts, because you don't need to piece it. You're not going to need to piece it. There he is. You're not going to need to piece the back of your quilt. So there you go. You've got that really nice texture to it as well. This would be a nice red just to have in your stash, because it isn't that solid red. It's got that bit of detail. It's got that little bit of texture as well. Not to the touch, texture to the eye, which is always nice, isn't it? If you are doing a plique on top of it, maybe using it for binding. I think this will go nicely with some of your more traditional quilts as well. It'd be nice to back maybe a William Morris quilt with this one, or your Three Sisters, some of your Moda quilts as well. Very opulent, isn't it? I always think red, there's a few different types of red out there, whereas this is a very classy, Christmassy, warm red.
I'd make a tie out of this.
A tie for Christmas.
I'm not with the whole length, Hannah.
A really long tie, you're saying?
Yeah.
And you could make a matching, what are these called?
Cummerbund.
A cummerbund.
Yes.
A belt.
Cummerbund.
Is that what it's called? You've just made that up.
I made it up. Text in, everyone. Text in.
Do you know what I mean? Like one of those thick belts that you then tie.
Cummerbund.
I think Alison Marion has made one for Mike before. Have you worn one before, Michael?
When I was a page boy.
When he was a page boy at the age of 5, he learnt that word. £8.99. You could do a matching bow tie as well to go with it. Cummerbund. Okay, we have a couple of different colours at that same price. Grey. I've got 2 greys here. How do I identify? Let's have a look. So I've got 2 here. I'll show you on the overhead because they are very similar. So this one, no, there is a difference. To my eye, there is a difference. This one, by the way, I think it's brand new. This one is slightly greener. You'd have to get very, very close to see the difference. It's like more of a Lynette Anderson type grey, like more of an olivey green grey as opposed to a cool grey. That's more of a slightly warmer grey. Very, very difficult to tell the difference on. I'm just looking if this camera shows it slightly different, maybe. So this is the one that's slightly greener. Sorry if my microphone is making some crackly noises. I think it's my belt. I think it just keeps... I think my cummerbund is rubbing.
No, that's not a cummerbund.
Cummerbund. You're quite right, Vix. Oh gosh, Sue. He's right and I'm wrong. Well, I wasn't wrong. I was just questioning him because it is Michael Wolf. Also, Hannah, I don't think this new one, I don't think it's extra wide. No, I think that might be the difference. Just slightly greener. Right, are you going to do the new one? Let's do the actual extra wide one first. Ends in 65. So, this one is £8.99. Out of curiosity, how much is that one? The new one? So, it's £5.99 for a ½ metre. You might as well get the extra wide one because you're getting more than double the width. We might as well not bother doing the new one then, Hannah. Let's all just get the extra wide one. Love hearing Michael in the background. He's making me giggle, says Princess Mia. Honestly, how long are you here for now? How many more shows have you got with us?
I've got one next week.
One next week and one the week after. He's here covering for our lovely Becky. So he's been here for the last couple of weeks and he's made himself very known here, put it that way. Do you know when someone starts and they're new and they're normally like quite quiet, learning the job, whereas no, Michael has been a full part of our studio audience. £8.99, we do adore him. Princess, have you seen, and Sue, Michael and I, through lockdown, we did a series of videos singing lots of different songs. You can find it on YouTube if you missed those in lockdown. We did Islands in the Stream. We did one from The Greatest Showman. We did Star is Born. Here we go. It's cummerbund. It's a cummerbund. It's my new favourite word. I'm going to see how many times I can say cummerbund today without it sound strange. Thanks, Karen. We know Michael's right. I should start listening to him more, shouldn't I, maybe? Shall we do... Oh, this is like I'm going to call it space grey because it's just off black. I'd like this as a background and do some amazing applique on the front. So you know that lovely Anna that we had today, that we launched, you could put that bouquet of flowers onto the centre of this. Get it with the red, Christmas makes. Keep it again for your binding. For backing quilts, obviously it's going to be great to back virtually any quilt, isn't it? And the value for money is fabulous. You've got that sort of shadow effect to it as well. So it isn't just a solid black. 274 centimetres wide, half a metre, just £8.99. Everybody who's got multiple units in their basket, remember, they will come all joined up for you. It's going to be cut off the bolt for you to whatever size you want, to however much fabric you want. Just £8.99. Honestly, it's flying by today. It's 10 to 11. Don't forget Jenny's with us in the next hour with foundation paper piecing. We've got this beautiful Lotus quilt, which is going to be coming up. If you do want to get ahead on pre-order, as lots of you have, head to the website. Right, they're all our extra wide backing fabrics. Stock up at those prices. That's really good value. Shall we do... If you want to make yourself some more, maybe some more EPP, does it work with template plastic, or do I need a card? Obviously you want to be able to get them out. You wouldn't. So if you are making any of your templates, maybe books that have templates, then these are ideal. Books that have templates for bags. Maybe because you can kind of see through them, it's like a frosted sheet, you can fussy cut, you can work out exactly where it is that you're cutting. So you could work out where your hexes are going before you cut them, and I'd still use card though for the inside of your hexes. By the way, every single one of these grids is 1/4 of an inch. That's useful, isn't it? Because if you're working out your seam allowance and you're fussy cutting, it's got non-slip surface, easy to cut as well to make your own templates, and you are getting, I think you've got a couple of sheets in there. I think you're getting 2 sheets. You can actually write on this as well. You can write on it with a pen or a pencil. So if you're drawing, I think it's good if you're doing bag making. If there's any parts, like a particular flap or pocket on a bag that you want to then use again, you could make a template for it and keep it in the keep it with the pattern, couldn't you? And then you're using it again and again. Morning, Vix. Oh, I know. What a chatty chappy Michael is. He brightens up the morning. Oh. Honestly, you should see him really early in the morning. It takes him a couple of hours just to wake up.
How do you know?
Well, I don't see him that early in the morning when we get to work, obviously. £3.99. Your printed template. Oh gosh, he's striding off into the gallery to probably say something in my ear that he can't say in the studio audience. Oh. £3.99. Okay. I have. So I wonder whether these are basically like what Alice and Marion's used before, to be able to hold your, when you're basting your quilts, it can be quite difficult if you don't have a big area to baste it. I know Wendy Orlando, she said that she, you know, literally gets on the floor, is spray basting. If you don't have the ability of doing that, if you don't have the floor space, or you find it hard to get down on the floor and get up and try and do it, you can literally, say you're using your dining table or a table like what we've got here today, if you're clipping it all down, you could do it in quarters. It's more manageable to baste then, isn't it? So they're almost like bicycle clips that you can then clip on, works on any size quilt or wall hanging. It retains the tension without damaging your fabric. And it won't snag. So you can see here, look. Oh, also, No, I think I've got the wrong end of the stick here. Maybe you could use them for that though, but it's when you're quilting, roll up the fabric. I thought you used them to clip onto your table for basting, but they're actually designed. Maybe you could try my idea. I do. Maybe if you if you roll up your quilt under your sewing machine, clip them in place, and then you can obviously quilt different areas. You just let me go off on a tangent then, even though you know that that's not what you use them for. She thought I'd tried them out. I've investigated, Hannah, you're right. £2.99, it's worth having a go for that price, isn't it? And even if it doesn't work, you can use them for when you're actually quilting your fabric under your machine like they're intended. When you've basted a section, you could then start to roll it back up into those clips to then keep it. If you're not ready to quilt it, potentially, maybe if you've just doing a basting session but you're not ready to start sewing it yet. Yeah, just £2.99. It's one of those products that, if I'm honest, you might not come in and just buy these today at £2.99 with your £3.95 postage. But if you've already purchased something and you've paid your P&P, try them out. Always helpful, useful gadgets like this. I do. These quilt cards are great. This is a lovely gift for somebody, you know, for Secret Santa, quilt group, sewing friends. Because look, I've got some like this that are like affirmation cards that you sit on my desk at home. Inside here, this is great inspiration. It's full of, well, you've got 50 cards in here. They're all double-sided, so that just tells you how to use the cards. But all of these are different blocks. So you can see here, they're in lights and shades, so you can see the shapes that have been put into it, the cutting instructions for each size, 6, 8, 10, 12, 36 inches, and how to construct them to be able to create this basket block. I mean, there's loads of blocks in here. There's Carrie Nation, there are lots of famous blocks, different colours. So every single one of these, there's Crossroads, has got what fabrics you're going to need, how many different colours, so 4 different colours in this, what to cut to be able to construct it. And you could also do this as a bit of a sampler. So if you want to just pick a card at random, have a go at sewing it, put them all together and make yourself a sampler quilt, or make lots of these, make 9 of those and put them together. It's a quilt. And you'll probably have secondary patterns come through as well, because they're all really famous quilting designs. So not only do you have all of these, look, I mean, there's loads of designs, loads and loads and loads of quilting ideas, quilt blocks that have got all the instructions and the cutting guides for you as well. I'm just going to whiz through, where are my next one? So they're all the blocks. I think there's 40 blocks there. It will talk to you how to use the block charts. Block a day, absolutely, great idea. For a quilt group, for friends to do it. You've then also got here block layout ideas. So for a quilt size that's 60 inches, you'll need all of those. It will talk you through a 40-inch quilt, checkerboard border layout. So you've got great inspiration. I think this would be a lovely gift for somebody, or for someone who's just wanting to, yeah, that's what I was thinking. If you've lost your sojo, this is it. Lots of inspiration. Also, really useful cards. So this one talks to you about cut, finished, binding widths. So if you want to know, I want a double fold binding, it will tell you there what sizes to cut. Get your own little sampler quilt going. Corner alignment for piecing shapes. This one's useful. Look, yardage for squares, figuring out fabric for a quilt. If you know you want to make a quilt of a certain size, how much fabric you're going to use. So it's really, really useful. I love it, and it's all kept nice and neatly in that little box. Perfect gift for somebody, £16.99. Can I ask, has the backing fabric got stretch in it? No, it's 100% cotton. It's 100% cotton, all of these. obviously, if you're cutting on the bias, then you'll get a small stretch like you would with any fabric, but it hasn't got any elastane in it. It's 100% cotton. It doesn't have any elastane. All of those will work exactly the same as any other quilting fabrics. The only difference with the Tula is that it's mercerized cotton, so it's got that sateen, soft finish. It's lovely. If you've worked with any of the K Facet backings, in fact, they've got that same coating. It's super, super soft. They coat the threads to make them shiny, so then it's super, super soft. Okay. We also have, Hannah likes to call this the book of colouring, because this is a great bit of inspiration for us when you're starting to build your own blocks. Maybe you've picked out your favourite blocks that you really like the look of, and you're now thinking, right, so I want to make this, multiply it and see if I can get some secondary patterns, colour them in so you can see if I repeat this block what secondary patterns I'm going to see, and you can do it with your 12 by 12 block. So here, look, it's all gridded paper, but you've got your 8-inch, what sizes are here? 4, 8 and 12-inch blocks. So you're probably going to be working in a 12-inch block, but this is really ideal to be able to work out small little drawings and sketches, colouring in your colours. They're all exactly the same. They're all gridded sheets. You can see it even says here 4-inch, 8-inch and 12-inch. And you've got 30 sheets there. I enjoy a bit of grid paper. And let me just see, I think it just tears out. I'm not going to do it, but you can literally just tear it out. So then have a good play around before you start designing. Well, it's a great way of designing your own blocks, isn't it? £4.99, up to 12-inch squares as well. Ideal. Right, we're going to get Jenny back on. Don't go anywhere because the quilt behind us is already so popular on pre-order. If you want to learn a bit of foundation paper piecing, if you've had a go at Jenny's EPP, her instructions, I mean, make it so simple, so easy to understand. We're all going to learn along. Stay exactly where you are. The quilt behind me is coming up right after this.
Hello, I'm Catherine Wright from Leicestershire Craft Centre based in Market Harborough. I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street family. I've been sewing since the age of 7 when my mum taught me to sew. I particularly enjoy dressmaking, and all through my childhood I made my own clothes, including dancing costumes and my prom dresses. But I also enjoy patchwork and bag making and hand stitching and embroidery and really anything textile based. The thing I particularly love about fabric and textiles and stitching is that there is always something new to try. There's always a new technique or a new skill to learn, and I really enjoy doing that. My top tip for new sewers is to be friends with your iron. Your sewing always looks better when it's been pressed, and it's not like ironing your own clothes. It's much better than that. And also to build your skills up step by step. Don't launch in with the wedding dress first off. You know, start with a simple dress and build your skills up, and then you'll see good results right from the start and feel enthusiastic and carry on sewing. So really, just have a go, have fun. It's all about having fun and enjoying it. So happy sewing.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com. or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
We have some exciting news. Sewing Street has been nominated in the Best of Craft Awards and the British Sewing Awards for 2022. We're so amazed that 2 years have flown since Sewing Street started, and we couldn't have done it all without our Sewing Street family. Thanks to our presenters and guests for entertaining and inspiring us every day, and for all of our viewers for tuning in for all the fun. We've been lucky enough to be nominated for 2 awards this year, which are the most loved TV shopping channel at the Best of Crafts Awards and the best sewing social media account at the British Sewing Awards. To vote, please head to our website to find out all the details you need to get involved. Thank you for your support and votes. Hello, welcome back. Honestly, we love having Jenny Jackson here. You're so helpful. She's just said, I've just made a block in every colourway as well, so everyone can see what this starts to look like coming together. That is attention to detail, and I hope everybody has a go at FPP. This is something that I know a lot of people can be a bit daunted by when they hear the word FPP.
Yeah, so what I've done is I've released a few patterns now on here, starting with beginners, and each time I'm just making it that slightly bit harder, just so people can learn with me.
Brilliant.
Instead of just going straight in on something that's harder. These are still easy, but they're moving into the more intermediate now.
And that lotus flower design is a beautiful quilt, isn't it? Really beautiful. We've got instructions on their own, but I'll start with the bundle that's on the wall because it's gorgeous. Now, we've actually changed it up slightly to the one that's on the wall. So you can see the prints are the same, but we've also added white on white for the background, which will be even nicer.
Yeah, we couldn't get it in time for me to make the sample, because they ordered it in especially for these kits.
Right.
And by the time it arrived, I wouldn't have had time to make the sample, so I just made that out of white.
Oh, it will look so nice with white on white as well. So you're getting enough fabric. That's your white on white. white. So is that the size that we're making, Jenny? The one on the wall?
Yes, it is.
So you get 2 meters of your white on white. It's got that beautiful floral pattern. Then you've also got Tilda, beautiful chic escape, 1/2 meter, and then 1/2 meter as well of the chic escape. This one, the lovely pink as well. This is also Tilda. And then you are getting, this is 1 meter of the chic escape, this time in that beautiful green, which is Whimsy Flower. It's so beautiful. £58.99. It stands out, and actually you're still getting the you're not losing that print in the Lotus Flower, are you? You're still seeing all those gorgeous designs.
I absolutely love these 3 fabrics. They're so nice.
Is this enough to be able to bind the quilt as well?
Yeah, and I think don't hold me to it, I think you might be able to bind. So I use 2 different. I use the creamier colour and the green to bind under the scrappy binding. But I feel like you should have enough to do all green, but I cut some wrong. So I don't have enough.
But so you'll have a bit left over.
Yeah, because I was still working out what sizing to cut stuff as I was doing it straight onto that fabric, and I cut something wrong, so I lost a bit of fabric in my 2 meters. But I think.
But you've put all the cutting instructions anyway in here, haven't you? So included in your kits, by the way, not only do you have all of these beautiful Tilda fabrics in your white on white, you have, and it's probably best actually if we go through your instructions together, because not only do you have it all written, you also then get all of these sort of template sheets which we will explain. Yeah. So I don't need to keep printing them out, do I?
No, so you get a master copy, and then, which is on, like, you can tell that it's thicker paper, and then I've given you 5 ready to use templates, which is on slightly thinner paper. So you can get going before you need to photocopy any.
Brilliant.
There was a mistake in a couple of my other FPP patterns. We had a printing mistake, and for some reason the printer resized certain templates, but Sewing Street have sent out via email the corrections for that, but we worked out what the problem was, so these ones are absolutely fine.
Oh,
we had to sit down, and it took a while. We were like, why has those templates stayed the same but these ones haven't?
Okay.
So we sat there, we printed out in loads of different ways, and we figured out what it was, so now we're back, we know.
Oh, brilliant.
So yeah, I just wanted to let people know if they've got the other patterns, just go with one of the sizes.
Brilliant. Rosina's just said, I've got your EPP workshop, which they've never done it before, just cut out the colourful crosses. Exciting. Very exciting. Christine's watching, says she's feeling a little bit better today. She says, Jenny Jackson knows I had a little go at FPP in a workshop at Festival of Quilts. I couldn't wait to show her and Adam Brooks.
Yes, she did.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah, it was really, really good.
Oh, those of you that have never done FPP before, you have lots of written instructions as well as photographs.
Yeah, because usually on FPP patterns you just get so A to B, or so 1 to 2 to 3 to 4. So I've tried to do photographs of each stage as well, just to try and make it clearer, because I know a lot of people are visual learners, and we're going to go through it anyway. And
brilliant. So that's your Tilda option. There's a few others. The option that you're working with is this one. This is so pretty with butterflies. You've got the lovely butterflies and the sort of like, what are they called? These flowers. The ones that you blow.
Dandelions.
Dandelions. That's what I think they look like anyway. The wishes ones. Look, with little dandelions. They're so cute. Flowers. And then you've also got your 2 meters of white on white. 2 meters of white on white. Remember, 1/2 meter of, in fact, it's these two this time, 1/2 meter of Lewis and Irene in the yellow and white. And then you've got 1 meter of the purple. Now, when this was designed, was this designed with solid fabrics then? Were you telling me before we came on the show?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
So you just have to work out which one you're using, because obviously you've got 1 meter of this one.
So whichever one you've got the meter of is used where the green is here.
Right.
So that is like B5 and A5. So that one you want to use the green, because you can tell anyway, because it's the largest shape within the pattern, so you know that that's the one that you want to use the fabric we've given you more of.
Perfect. So you get a whole meter of this. Now we also have 2 other bundle options, and don't forget we are going to be offering you the instructions on their own as well. This one's quite nice. Oh, Jenny, thank you so much for making up one of these. So you have 2 meters of your white on white again for your background. You then got a meter of the blue, so that will be the bottom of the lotus flower. And then these are really nice, aren't they?
Yeah, they come together really nicely.
It's Moda. It's from the Moda Sunflower range. It's the first time I've seen this collection.
I haven't seen it either.
That's really nice, isn't it? £58.99 plus you're getting your instructions as well. Don't forget you're getting your instructions. Can we just show the block that Jenny's sewn again? Because it does look really nice. Tell you what, they're quite bold colours. Together, they really come together, don't they? Works really well. £58.99. And that's enough to be able to make the whole quilt, which if you think about a quilt kit, that's really affordable, isn't it? Especially as you've got all of those papers, you know, before you need to start printing out your own, you've got those to get you started. Finally, one more bundle, all with this really lovely white on white. You add such detail, just having that lovely, pretty floral detail in the background, subtle, and it works. This was under £50. £48.99. You are getting your instructions, your foundation paper piecing pattern, your lotus bloom FPP quilt pattern is coming with this, and then you're also getting a meter of this blue, then you're getting half a meter of the purple, and half the meter of the gold. Now this is the most affordable option with fabric. This is the one to go for if you want to have a go. I don't know whether I should say, but I'm getting a little bit of a Christmassy vibe from this one.
Yeah, non-traditional.
Yeah.
I've just realised that I've sewn this block using the purple at the bottom, but it should be the blue at the bottom.
Oh, yeah.
That was me not remembering what I told Hayley.
So
it should be the blue at the bottom.
It would look nice with the blue at the bottom, actually. It would look nice with the blue.
It would look lovely with blue at the bottom. Because I was thinking when I was doing it, I was like, I'm sure I said the blue, but then I cut the purple anyway. But yeah, it's still really, really cute.
There are your colours working together anyway. You can see them working together. £48.99 plus. Don't forget that it comes with your pattern, and that is the most affordable way to get them with instructions. Okay, are you ready? I'm really nervous because I think this is going to sell out. If you want the pattern on its own, it's just £11.99. Half the stock's already gone. I will go through the pattern with Jenny in a second because included, you've got your cutting instructions, you've got photographs, you've got step-by-step guides. There are pages and pages and pages in this, Jenny.
Yeah, I know.
You've really
it's because I know that people find it daunting, so I just want to make it enjoyable for everyone.
When did you first get into FPP?
Oh, years ago actually, and I can tell you now, it went completely wrong. It was actually hilarious. I was on a retreat and I'd bought a kingfisher pattern to make my dad for a gift, and it ended up with 2 beaks.
Oh.
And everyone on the retreat thought it was hilarious. So we couldn't work out what I'd done. I'd done something wrong, and I was really, really sad. And then I was just like, nope, I love this, and I just carried on and.
Brilliant, yeah. So
worked out and just got better with it.
Exactly, and now you want to design your own pattern.
Yeah,
so
I love
persevere.
it. So, yeah, definitely. But that's why I think, because I stupidly went from never doing it to a really hard pattern. That's why I'm trying to
ease
everyone in so you don't get disheartened.
Now you've also put in here, like you said, there's this one sheet here which is slightly thicker than the rest of the paper. That's intentional, isn't it?
Yeah, so that one just uses your photocopying. Don't use that to sew because you want thinner paper to sew, and then the rest, just photocopy that one onto copy paper or the Carol Doat paper, whatever you've got in. But I thought if I pre-print 5, then you can get going before you have to bother.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because this is unlike EPP. You don't use the papers again. You sew through the paper.
You tear them off.
So you will need to photocopy more later down the line. So if you are making the whole quilt, even really cheap, in fact the cheapest sort of photocopy paper the better, or if you do want to get the Carol Doat paper, maybe a bit more into your FPP already, and you just love this design, if you do want this paper, this is kind of the next step maybe, as it's a specially developed paper, isn't it?
Yeah, it tears away really easy, but you know, you just have to keep, whenever you're foundation paper piecing, you have to keep your stitch length down on your machine to like 1.2.
Okay.
Never sew with a bigger stitch.
And that will almost like perforate the edge, so you can literally tear it out a lot easier. Carol Dope paper is just $14.99. Most foundation paper piecing shows that we do here, this is always out of stock. So I always mention it and talk about it, and then Hannah says, oh, it's gone, it's already sold out. So if you want to grab that whilst it's here, it is really useful if you're doing FPP, lots of FPP.
You have to remember that it's slightly smaller paper because it's American A4.
Okay.
The Carol Doak. So you need to check that the templates will fit on that.
Right, okay.
It's great for most, but if you've got a pattern where the template's all the way up to the edge of the A4, like mine is almost on this one, you just need to check that it will fit on there. I don't want you, but it works for like most patterns. Yeah. You just got to check.
Okay, thank you. £14.99 for your paper. Don't forget your instructions are available on their own at $11.99, and they're quite nice sizes. I think a lot of foundation paper piecing patterns that I've seen, they're tiny little sizes.
Yeah, that's harder as you get on, so that's why I've not gone to small pieces yet. I'm keeping them bigger to make it easier for everyone, and hopefully as we go along with these patterns, people get more confident to try.
Brilliant. No, I mean, we'll get started because I know a lot of people are excited to see a demo, but any bits that Jenny uses, then I'll let you know as we go.
So the past paper ones that I've done, they've only been one block. So it was just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or whatever. So this time I've stepped it up and we've got one A1 to A6 block and then B1 to B6 block, which we're then going to sew together. But it is just 2 sewn together because a lot of them you see like A1 to 6, B1 to 6, and it goes all the way through the alphabet and you end up having to sew loads together. So I just wanted to introduce using 2 different things. In the pattern also, I designed the pattern for solids. In it says for when you're cutting A6 and B6, it says cut these certain size rectangles and cut them under the diagonal. That's because when you're using solids, it doesn't matter which you sew. Okay, so when you're using the white on white print, you want to cut those diagonally. You want to cut the same amount of rectangles, then half of them you want to cut diagonally one way, the other half you want to cut diagonally the other way.
Okay.
That's all the difference is when you're using the printed background. If you can't remember what I've said, just drop me a message. It's because they turn into triangles. Here we go, I've got some here. So once you've cut your triangles there, they're actually the same. So they would only be used on this one. Right. So you want to then cut rectangle I've got some. Have I done the same ones? I've cut some rectangles. But you basically would want to cut the rectangle. Just checking, because some of them, you know, with the white on white print, always check that there we go, so that is different. That one's different, there we go. So then, so you want to take one of each for the patterns.
Yeah. I completely, you've made sense of that.
Right, so we're going to start on the A, and what I like to do is I like to pre-fold my template along all the lines that I'm going to sew along. This is so it just helps you see and helps you fold everything easier.
It means that you get such accuracy and precision, doesn't it? FPP, I think the benefit of doing FPP for anybody who is thinking, right, why wouldn't I piece this individually? Or, you know, the only way of getting this result, I think, is if you were to clique it on. I don't think you could do this piecing.
It's all about the points. You're not going to lose points in this because you're just basically sewing along the line. So then, you can see exactly what you're doing. I'm just going to get the pins out that I forgot to get out. There we go. Right, so I've pre-cut my pieces, she says.
Could you just come to your right, please? Just more into the centre. Thank you.
There we go.
Thank you.
Pre-cut all my pieces.
So do you give measurements of what sizes to cut? Yeah. Because that's another thing with FPP is that I want to be frugal and then end up not covering the space enough.
Yeah, exactly that. So I'm still sticking with rectangles. What you can do is if you are buying this pattern but you're really already on the case with FPP, you can what I would tend to do is I would actually cut each of these shapes out from one of the pieces and then put them on fabric, but I would add 1/2 inch seam allowance, not 1/4, because that is really tight for...
And you're very frugal as well, aren't you?
Usually, but I've kept to rectangles for this so that people can, you know, not worry about not having enough fabric that covers the shape.
Sue's just said, I love FPP. She says, I thought I could sew a straight line until I made my first quilt. She says, what a mess. She says, however, FPP just makes life so much easier with fiddly pieces.
It really
I love
does.
it.
It really does. I love it.
So it isn't like an advanced technique for somebody who's done quilting for ages and ages and then goes on to FPP. This could be somebody who really struggles with piecing.
Oh yeah, completely.
Try this.
Yeah, completely. Right, so what you want to do is we want to cover the piece that says A1 with fabric. So you're going to flip your template over and pop your fabric right side up on the wrong side of the paper, covering the whole of that A1. What you can do is I tend to just hold it up to a bit of light. Like I said, I've made sure there's plenty of fabric on these, and then I'm going to pin that fabric just down, right? So then you're going to fold between the line of A1 and A2, because you're sewn together in numerical order. So you're just going to fold that and use your add a quarter ruler, which will just go up against the nip and trim off that excess fabric. I keep my fabric bits and sew them together. Doesn't matter what shape they are, I'll just sew all these together and just make some random things. There you go, you can see that I've got cut off the 1/4 inch. Open the fabric up again and turn it over, because now you want to cover A2 with fabric. So I constantly check, right, so this is not solid, so it's right sides of fabric together, lining up with the seam allowance you've just cut. So you would line it up there. I always, before I take it to the machine, I flip it over to double check that it's going to cover the whole of that A2 space. And I can see that it is. So then I will hold that, or you can pin it in place. Most people tend to pin it just so that, or you can use a bit of glue, but I wouldn't do that. I just hold it. And you're going to sew along the line between A1 and A2. You're going to start before the line and you're going to finish after the line. This is going to secure your stitches. You don't have to go back and forth. But when you rip the paper slightly to sew on the next line, your stitches, because they're so small, they're not going to come undone.
Christine asks, what stitch size do you recommend
1.2. Okay. It's what I always use. I've already changed it, right? So I'm just going to check when I brought it to the machine that my fabric's not moved, and I'm going to start before the line I want to sew and go beyond.
On the line?
On the line. And go beyond a few stitches and cut it off. I'm not sure it will pick up. I'm not sure, can we bring the camera overhead to see if you can see where I've stitched?
Right,
there you
so
go. So
just
I started just over the line here, and I've gone beyond the line there. Okay?
Yeah, you can manage
that just keeps those stitches. So you're going to flip it over. There's a lot of flipping over back and forth, and then I use a seam roller to just roll my stitches instead of an iron between when I'm foundation piecing. I'll use an iron for the actual seams when I've sewn the blocks together.
Yeah,
but not for that.
That's sufficient for this.
So that's the first two pieces added, and it's going to be the same process which we're going to go through the whole. So you're going to flip it over, and now you've sewn 1 and 2, you want to sew a 3 to it. So you're going to fold that over. I've pre-folded these templates so it folds easier. And as you can see there, you want to just pull the fabric down. So those stitches there are where you went over the line.
Yeah,
but that just means that
they're
not going to come undone. Right, so then you're going to use your add a quarter again.
We have got the add a quarter ruler. We've got the 2 packs actually, because if you've got the long one there of the 2, so if you're working on larger blocks actually, it's handy to have both the rulers, isn't it? Yeah. In fact, I think it's better value because I think there was an option of just getting the larger one, but if you want the multi-pack, it's better value. It's £24.99. It's also got like this tape. Do you use the tape in it to fold it?
The nip, it goes up against where you've just folded, and you can feel it stopping there where it is.
Really
so
handy.
It's just really handy. So,
do you use that side though for folding to fold your paper?
You can do.
You don't?
Yeah, I don't. I just wing it, but you can. Yeah. Right. So I've cut away that seam allowance, and then we're going to open the paper up again, and what we want to do is cover this shape here, which is A3.
And you explain in the instructions which fabrics to use for.
There's a key in there which will show. So what I want to do is you want to make sure that the fabric is covering the dash line, because that's going to be your seam allowance for the actual block.
So right sides together.
Yeah, right sides together. Just make sure that your fabric is covering the dashed seam. I can see it on here, so you will be able to see it. And then again, like I always say, just fold it over and check that you're good to go. So I'm just going to hold that.
Could you use your Soline glue pen?
You can do. I don't tend to. I'd rather pin this.
Pin it, yeah.
Because you would be gluing on the actual right sides of fabrics. I know that glue doesn't show because I use it constantly. But I don't know, I just tend to pin for this one. There we go. So we're starting again before the line and we're going to finish after the line.
It's actually quite methodical, isn't it?
It really is. It is just repeating the same method. Always remember to put your fabrics right sides together, because unpicking FPP is fun.
No,
because the stitches are tiny. I've done it many times.
I was going to say, can it be done, or would you just start another block again?
No, I wouldn't. Save that fabric.
Yeah.
You can, you might want to just get rid of the template if you're not too far in. If you're really far in, only unblock, only do the one you are and keep it on that paper, because that would just be a mission. But right, so I folded the fabric over that I've just sewn, and I'm just going to seam roll that seam.
Do we have any of these seam rollers back in stock? Oh, because these are great. And they're a lot more. I remember when I first saw this, thank you, Michael, and I thought, how useful can this actually be? I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not going to make your iron completely redundant, but
it's so handy though.
It's really handy, and it works.
Oh God, it really does. Because I can't be bothered. I'm lazy to get up and go to my ironing board when you're FPPing. It would literally be like this. So I find seam rollers for this part perfect. I wouldn't want to, when you've started sewing the blocks together, the seams get a bit more bulky. I want to use my iron for that. But for these where you've just got on one seam, it's perfect.
Absolutely. The seam roll and press is $15.99, and it is something that's, used by lots of guest stars as well for opening your seams.
Yeah, rolling the seams open. Right, so I have seam rolled that, so we're going to go flipping over again. And now we want to do the line between A3 and A4. So we're going to fold that line, pull that there, and we're going to cut off that excess fabric.
And like you said, this fabric, keep it, this can be used.
Oh yeah, actually, because when you get triangles, you can sew them like that together, and then press them out, and you're getting almost a little rectangle, and then you can just sew all those together. That's the kind of fun stuff I do. There we go. So I've cut that seam along there, open it out, add the next piece of fabric,
right side down,
just checking with that white on white print, line it up to cover that, just double check you've got that lined up well.
Do you just remember your key? Are you just going with it?
Yeah, because I've made it so many times now. I know which fabric, I say that, watch that go wrong soon. There we go. So again, starting beyond the line, before the line that you want to sew, and carrying on beyond it.
Do you find that it blunts your needle? Do you have to change your needle?
No, you're meant to change your needle all the time anyway after a project, but you can easily do a whole project without it. I do use a different rotary cutter for when I'm trimming them down. I have a purely fabric one, and then I have an EPP rotary cutter, because I'm cutting yards of fabric, so I don't want to keep blunting that one. Not that I've ever changed this one. my FPP one has done many patterns now. Yeah. There we go. So I've rolled that seam open, flip it back over. Now you want to sew cover the A5 one, so that's between A3 and A4. So you want to fold over on that line, just pull that bit there. It's really important that you start sewing beyond, like before the line, and that you carry on after, so your stitches don't, you know,
they don't
so
undo.
they meet,
Yeah,
and they just cross over slightly when you're sewing.
I love that you don't need to worry about seam allowance or anything like that. You're sewing on the line. I think as a beginner sewer, I'm always, and of course we always know how crucial it is to keep your accuracy of your seam allowance, whereas this, just on the line.
Yep,
you
and
because
you're cutting this at 1/4 of an inch, and then you're literally just, your next bit of fabric, you are lining up with that fabric there.
Yeah, it's really simple.
With this one, you just want to pop it there. So it's just covering that the dashed line, and then flip it over just to check, and it's plenty to cover.
Oh, Sue's just said it was lovely to finally meet you, Jenny, at the NEC. She says I was super nervous and starstruck.
Oh, bless you. It was lovely to meet you too.
It's so nice, isn't it? I suppose putting the names and faces together, because obviously we've been watching you on the telly now for how many years?
Quite a few.
6, ages. Oh, talking of starstruck, if you want a starstruck moment, do you want... I'm next to the author of the book. How exciting is this? This book we have sold in the thousands. It's been so popular, Jenny. You must be so proud of this.
I am super proud of it.
I mean, the projects in here are absolutely gorgeous. I know that you said you love textiles in your home. You love hanging textiles on the wall. This is EPP, by the way. It's not FPP. Are you going to do an FPP book?
Who knows? I really want to do another EPP book.
Oh, honestly, there's such beautiful projects in here. I think a lot of people would definitely get your second edition. How to EPP. Lots of great tips for anybody who's new, but the projects in here are beautiful, and it's everything from large projects to smaller, really achievable projects, ones that you could do in a day, even like little coasters, placemats.
I've just seen someone's version of the lampshade. They've done a Tudor pink lampshade. It's amazing.
Oh gosh, that is a lampshade of dreams, isn't it? A Tudor pink lampshade. In fact, I think my favourite one of yours in here is, let me find it, this one, hang on, the wall hanging. I absolutely adore. There's loads in here, and I love as well that Jenny also adds in every single pattern little colouring layout. Photocopy that, colour it in your colours, and see what you're doing. So even though there's lots of lovely rainbow designs in here, they're going to still look amazing in whatever colourways you choose. Just wanted to let you know for anybody who, look, also you've got the all the templates in the back there.
So they're all at 100%. So you can just photocopy them and make them, but I do, on my website, I do have all the templates available. It is the only place you can get them, because like I said, I work at my own sizing, so you can't get the sizes anywhere else.
Right, what's your website?
It's www.sew.com.
Okay.
Sew as in S-E-W. It's just, because I work at my own sizings, that you can't just buy them. Any old size.
So you can either print them off and cut them and make your own, or if you want the actual card templates from Jenny, then go onto her website and get them, and you've got all of the shapes, because there's quite unique shapes, not all hexes.
And what I've done is like the quilt packs, because like it would be very expensive. I do have the full pack paper pieces available. My maths genius dad has worked out how many papers you need in the quilt in order to start reusing them and complete it. Just like to keep the cost down instead of buying full packs if you can't afford to.
Brilliant. £13.99. I mean, how amazing is that? Value for money is ridiculous as well. Such good value to say that you've got, over 60 templates in here, 18 projects.
I know.
For £13.99.
And a leopard print spine.
This is because you're planning on doing more, aren't you? And you want them all to have different colours. All with the leopard print. Oh, that's Jenny. You know you can reach for those when they're on the bookshelf. That's Jenny's with the leopard print. Love it. Right, sorry, we're back to you.
No, that's fine. So I just sewed along the line. I haven't gone any further forward because I don't want to rush ahead. I've sewn the line between A4, A3 and A5. So I just need to flip that fabric over now.
Were you giving
Steamroll
out
it.
gin at the Festival of Quilts by any chance? Because Sue and other Sue's just, but the gin was a bit of a joy as well while I rested my sore feet too.
Yeah, Sue bought me a gin and we went and sat down for a little bit and had a cheeky gin.
Where did you get? Was the gin bar?
Juki happened to be right next to the gin bar stand. Another Sewing Street viewer bought me a gin, and John Cole Morgan bought me one as well, a Nettle one, and I think that was a double.
Was this before or after the hangover?
This was before.
Oh gosh.
But yeah, that was split out in a few days, that was, but it was great. Right, so I've seam-rolled that, and now the last piece to be added to this particular piece is between A5 and A6. So you're going to fold that over again. Cut off the excess fabric. This one you get quite a big piece, so I would definitely save this. You could get a 1-inch hexie out of that easily, that piece, or sew it to the other pieces.
Do you like doing little hexies?
Yeah, I've just made a cushion actually out of 3/4 inch ones.
Because I remember doing miniature quilting with you.
Oh, did we do some really, really, really tiny hexies?
Really tiny
It wasn't my
hexies.
design, but I think they were 1/2 inch.
Yeah, I remember it was teeny
no, I think
tiny.
they were even smaller than that. They were just, you couldn't even see them. Yeah, I can't remember what that project was, but I do remember it. Right, so I've taken one of the triangle pieces that I cut from the rectangle. Remember, when you cut your rectangles, cut half the rectangles on one diagonal and then half on the other way. So then you get the correct amount.
Like you said, you're on social media, aren't you?
Oh gosh,
you can easily
so just
find
ask.
you.
Oh, yep. Right, so you're going to lay that against where you want to cut. Just check when you fold over that it's going to cover the paper. And again, start beyond the line and like before the line and finish beyond it. And that is your, once we've folded this over, that is your part A block, right? Finished. And then I'm just going to trim that one off now.
So how many blocks are there? You say part...
So it's just A and B,
Okay.
part A and part B sewn together. So that was just taking it one step up from the last ones, and you're going to sew, once you've sewn this block together, you will just sew it onto a plain rectangle, the sizes in the pattern.
Right.
Right, so to trim the block off, you want to use, even though it's 1/4 inch, the dash line, I always, without fail, line up my seam allowance with the solid line and then cut 1/4 inch. So make sure you do it the same every time. Just trying to get rid of my fabrics over there. So I line it up with this solid line, using the 1/4 inch mark on my ruler. Just get it nice and straight and then cut off that excess bit of paper.
This is where you use your different blade when you're doing your rotary cutting.
No, this is still my FPP because I'm cutting through off the excess paper. So I'll use the same. The only I won't use it to cut my actual fabric to start with.
That's
but
a nice
then
little diddy
whenever I'm
ruler.
doing any of this, I know this is my favourite.
We should get that in. I don't think we've ever had that.
Massive creative grids.
That is a
fan.
nice one.
I have all, like loads of square sizes, but I've got this one, and I also love it. It's still 12.5 inches by 4.5.
Okay.
Or 6.5. Oh, I love them all. Obsessed. But this is my handy ruler, which I love. This is just 2.5.
Oh, we'll have to get those
2.5 by 12.5. There we go. So that's part A done. So part B is going to be exactly the same, but it's just going to be facing the opposite way. You've got to remember that you're thinking it's going to come out that way. You flip it over, and actually B is going to be that one.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
That confused me for quite a while when I first started.
But you've done all the hard work for us anyway, because you've told us which fabrics
you're
to
just
sew.
going to sew.
We don't even need to think about, right, is that the right placement? You just follow the instructions and it's there.
Follow the key.
So you start by folding on those lines?
I do, so I just find that later, when I'm starting to add the fabric and fold it over to cut away the seam allowance, I find that if you've pre-folded your template, it just makes it easier. There we go. So we're going to start with B1, so it's exactly the same, but we're going with B's now instead of A. I just want to.
So when you're doing the first one, you put that
the template right side down onto your table,
yeah,
and the fabric right side up.
Okay.
to you. So wrong side of the template to the wrong side of the fabric, because you need the fabric there, but you need to see that to be able to sew along. So I'm just going to pin to keep it in place, and first one between B1 out, B1 and B2. There we go, it's going to fold that. So as you can see, because I've pre-folded it, just makes it easier to fold again. There we go. So we want to find our B2 fabric. Just
Have you written on them?
No, I can just remember what sizes they are.
Okay.
Because I made that quilt. But you
Could you
can.
though?
Oh yeah, you could cut them all and write pin a
B1,
B2.
B2.
Yeah, definitely. Pin, or I get those little tiny post-it notes, the really small ones.
Oh, I like those.
I love those.
Oh, you'd like house sitting for John Scott. He's got post-it notes on every cupboard for Charlie.
I love a post-it note, but I think it's just so stationery, and I'm a massive fan of all things stationery.
Oh yeah, it's gel pens. At
Yeah.
Christmas, do you like getting all the different fancy colours?
Everything, and you know, Dylan just doesn't share the same love of stationery as I do. So obviously, new school term, I was like, oh, I remember it now, going to find my pencil case, getting a new pen, and I was like really excited. I was like, come on, Dylan. He's like,
oh.
He was like, I need a new ruler because I snapped it. You can grab me some scissors. What pencil case? You need to come. Oh no, I'm just going to put it in the front pocket of my bag. I don't need a pencil case. And I'm like,
I remember that. That was always the exciting thing. The week before going back to school was
loved it. I
getting
loved
your
all my new
stationery.
stationery. Dylan, no, so long as he's got everything he needs for school.
Do you remember those
he's not
flexi
bothered with
rulers?
sugar. Yeah, Dylan's got one of the ones that bends in half and clips so that he doesn't break it, as most will still break it. But yeah, he's not bothered. He was like, it just, you know, gave me a list. He was like, oh, next time you're shopping.
Are smelly jar pens still a thing?
Smelly gel? No, I don't think they are.
Oh,
I used to love smelly gel.
I used to eat them. Well, I didn't intentionally, but I used to love them so much. I was like, oh, I just want to
I used to smell them loads. I really like the berry ones. Right, so I folded that fabric, seam rolled it, and now we want to cover B3, so we're going to fold the line between B1 and B2. Oh. So it is just the same thing over and over again. I just really wanted to show you how to sew the 2A and B together.
Yeah,
so we'll whip through this.
Hannah said that's really weird that you said that bit, because she was only having this conversation the other day where there was always someone in her class that would say, oh miss, I'm like, I need to go to the toilet because I'm sucked all of the ink out of my gel pen. It's all in my mouth. That was me. I was that person in your class.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Biggest known lie to man is a shatterproof ruler, says Sue. I know, they all shatter, don't they? The most useless thing that I ever had in my pencil case, though, we always had to have the protractors.
That whole kit, and there was a triangle one. I never used that triangle one. I used the semicircle one for angles.
And your compass.
And the compass, but that triangular one, I mean, maybe it was only the top set of maths that used it, because I mean, I wasn't in that.
They still need all those silly things at school.
We've not been asked to get protractors or compasses as yet. He's in year
12,
8.
yeah.
It's more just making sure he's got a glue pen, like a glue and scissors.
Is
and
he EPPing?
I wish. One day.
No,
they don't even use those anymore at all. Because I used to love when my ink cartridge got empty, I used to end up with ink all over my hands, but I used to open it to get the ball out the bottom of the ink cartridge.
Yeah.
Random things we do. Did you used to cover your hands with PVA glue so that you could peel it off later when it was dry?
Oh yes.
And stab your ruler with your pencil.
Yeah.
Not your ruler, your rubber with your pencil. Yeah, the things we had to do to keep ourselves entertained at school at times, right?
I used to doodle all over my workbooks.
Oh, with Tipp-Ex.
Yeah.
With the Tipp-Ex pens, when they went from being the brush to the pens. Oh, I used to write all over my art book in that because it was black. Yeah. So the Tipp-Ex would really look cool. And then once the Tipp-Ex dried, I used to colour it in with like pastel gel pens and stuff.
Now, don't they have
would show.
iPads now? They work a lot on iPads.
Art is still, at my son's school, art is still currently all done in a sketchbook. They're all
good
doing that, and all the writing is, obviously they have random things that they do have to do on the computers, but he still has all his exercise books and stuff.
Remember,
a lot of the homework is set on computers with apps that you have to enter, and
I can't get my mind around
you
that.
answer all the questions. The only problem I've found with the apps is that, like science for example, it would ask you a question. If you spell it wrong, then it comes up wrong. Whereas if you'd handwritten it, the teacher would see it, you might have spelt it wrong, they could see what you meant, therefore you would get the correct mark for it, because you might have just got your A and B.
Right.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But now it will be a wrong answer, so your percentage will drop. So that I really don't like that about them.
No, mine would be all wrong then. The my friend, she's an English teacher, and she was saying how different it is now. Even remember when we used to have to wheel in? I used to love being the person that was in charge of the projector or the big telly.
The projectors, yeah.
You know, it was going to be a good day when the telly got wheeled in.
When you got allowed to actually, you know, the plastic they used to use on the templates, and you were doing like a presentation, so you got the special pens to write on the plastic and then project. The good old days.
So you said we used to have to cover our books in brown paper.
Oh yeah, we had that sticky black plastic when I was at school.
Yeah, wallpaper. I used to go and get the samples from a wallpaper or something. Yeah,
we used that sticky black plastic at my school. Dylan doesn't want it.
When I went to
primary
school,
he doesn't want anything wrapped around his. He just lets them go.
Susan said we had ink wells and wooden pens with a nib.
Oh yeah.
That was when John Scott was at school as well. He'd have some stories, wouldn't they? Did he have a quill? Oh, pardon? Yeah, quills.
There it is. I knew it was somewhere, right?
He went to school on a penny farthing, John Scott, didn't he?
Oh, bless him. There we go. So I'm just adding the last piece to this template. So I've just carried on doing the exact same thing I did on part A on part B.
Look at all those little tiny stitches. Don't forget 1.2 short in your stitch. I mean, you're doing it on the Beast of the Dukey. Is that the NX7?
Yeah.
Is that your machine?
It is. It's not my one, it's the one from here. But I do have this machine. I've had it for 4 years now.
Do you love it?
It was as soon as it came out. Yeah. I just adore it. I actually really want the UX8 now, but that's just... I don't need it though.
No, that's incredible.
It's still in perfect condition. I got it serviced the other week, but that was purely because I know you should get them serviced all the time, but I was going down to Salisbury to teach a workshop at Franklin's with the Dukey lads. So I just popped my machine in. And,
nice.
And it was absolutely fine. It just needed a bit of like internal cleaning. There we go. So I've finished doing that. And I am just going to trim off again. Remember lining up my 1/4 inch mark with the solid line, not the, really only that, dash line is really only for reference. You know, when you're placing your fabrics, to make sure your fabrics go beyond that mark.
Okay.
Because if they don't, then they won't be in your seam allowance. Mm-hmm. But it's easier to do a dash mark than a solid line because I feel like it's less confusing. But you just don't, you know, that is going to be where you sew other blocks to this block. So you need to make sure that all your fabric is covering that.
Christine says they still have quills and inkwells in the art cupboard at my school.
Oh, I used to love art. Absolutely loved it.
The pattern on its own, just so you know. There are now fewer than 20 of these. Each of the bundles do come with a pattern, so if you've got a bundle you don't need to get one of these separately, but we're just thinking if you've got your own fabrics, if you want to try it out in a different colourway, £11.99. Remember, you do have your templates in there as well to photocopy. You've got enough there to get started. I think you get 5 included, don't you, Jenny?
Yeah, 5 included plus the 1 to photocopy, but you can really tell the difference with the paper, so you know which one's which.
Perfect, thank you. Right, so joining them together.
Yeah, we have A and B complete, trimmed down. So it is just a case of placing them right sides together making sure that they're completely lined up. And what you want to do with this one is you want to sew.
So still keeping the papers in?
Still keeping the paper in.
Yeah.
What you want to do is you want to sew right the way from the top, all the way along the solid line and off at the bottom. Not just a little bit before, you want to go all the way from the top to the bottom like you do when you're sewing normal blocks together. Just hoping this isn't going to move too much. You can pin them together. Oh, I've come on.
What's wrong, sorry? Oh, you come undone.
I've just come undone.
Just while Jenny's re-threading, the one that's on the back wall, very, 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 very popular indeed. You've got your Tilda. Remember, you're getting a whole metre of that beautiful green. We're in single figures of the bundle. It's $58.99. A metre of the green, half a metre of the pinks, and then you get 2 meters of your white on white, which is your background fabric. And that's enough to be able to do the whole front of the quilt and the binding, all for less than £60. You get your pattern as well, your Lotus Bloom pattern included, and that's the one that's on the back wall. I know that it's different project, it's EPP, but the elephant behind Jenny is the one that we launched today. It's EPP. There it is, a couple of emails, $24.99. You get the panel, you get the card as well, and you get your instructions. If you have been collecting all of the different animals, that one's the latest edition and we love it. Very, very, very popular indeed. Hundreds of those have gone this morning already.
Right, I'm all threaded up again, so I'm just sewing all the way from the top and all the way off the bottom of the paper. Oh, I've moved it, of course I have. Right, I'll be fine. Right, so I like to leave my paper in throughout making the quilt, apart from in the seam allowances that I've just sewn together. Right, so I want to remove that, because if not, when you're adding the rows together, you'll end up with a little bit of paper that gets caught in there, and then it's just a pain to get out.
Try and get out, yeah.
Yeah. So
this is like what we were talking about, the PVA glue taking off. It's actually really satisfying removing the paper, isn't it?
So you're just going to tear that paper away. And I press these particular seams out, open, but now I would use a little iron for this, because I feel like they just need it, because it's there's a bit where there's a few bits of fabric. So I'll just press this open. Like this. Pop that down. There we go. So that's the block complete. They're very, very easy, and all you would do now is sew it to.
So do you construct it in rows then?
Yes, you sew it in rows and then sew the rows together. So I've made this slightly bigger, I tend to, because it's, I've got all the cutting instructions. And what I would do is I would actually, so you know, naturally you would probably sew, you've placed this on top, so you would just sew, you can use your 1/4 inch marking, but what I would do is I would flip it over and I would use the solid line, because you see here, that's the point there.
You don't want to lose that, do you?
You don't want to lose that point. So, you know, even if you're using your 1/4 inch foot, you might go wonky, but if you do it this way, you get that line to follow. So I've cut my fabric a bit big.
Well, that's it. If you've cut your fabric a bit big or anything like that,
then
that's...
big. I do have that in the pattern, that it's better to cut your rectangles just that, not width-wise, but height-wise. It's better to cut them that little bit big, only the smidgen bit. And for this one as well, sorry Vic, you're going to have to you sew again right from the top, all the way off the bottom, like you would sewing 2 normal blocks together.
Do you keep your papers in the whole time whilst you're doing this?
I do, only once I've sewn 2 blocks together. The seam is the only one that I would take it out from. When I've sewn, say, when I've sewn this row to this row, I would remove the papers from these two, but I'd keep those just for that bit of stability when you're going to sew the next row. Once I've sewn this row on, I'd remove those papers, you know, but I just like it is really stable having the papers in. But I definitely keep them in until they're sewn. But like this one, you know, that's how I like to do it. There's no rules. You can take them out. You could take them out as soon as you've made this. And then just use, but I like to use, I like to use those solid lines as references when I'm sewing.
Do you do them all? It's probably a bit different when you're designing and you're creating a sample for us, but do you get a bit of a production line going where you do all blocks together? Because you've got 16 of these to do, so would you do all A1s, all A2s?
No, I tend to do A1, like so the A's and the B's, and then sew that block together. I might not press the middle seam open. I might just leave them closed together, and then I'll press all the seams open each time. So when I've sewn, when you're sewing the two FPP blocks together, I open the seam out. But when you're sewing these, I tend to go whatever way that it's wanting to go.
Which way does it generally want to go?
So this one, it's wanting to go right, towards the right. I think the next one might want to go to the left. But if you do that on every single one, because they're alternated like this, your seams automatically nest really nice. So that's how I would do it. And then now I would add the next one, lining up the top there. So if you have made the plain block slightly too big, make sure you line it at the top, and then you'll just have the extra bit of fabric, as you can see here. It's just dipping over, it's just slightly big there. So I would cut that bottom bit off. So when you're adding the next block, make sure you keep it right at the top of that one, so that they're equal.
So it doesn't start
the excess is
dipping.
only at the bottom each time, or at the top each time. So again, now you would just carry on.
So it's
adding
a
that,
consistency.
then add another plain one.
Perfect. Thank you so much. That's completely demystified it all for us, hasn't it? Those of you that are following Jenny's FPP, are you going to do more FPP buttons?
We're going a little bit harder each time.
Perfect. So there's another one next month as well.
Yeah, hopefully, yeah.
Definitely make the most of this. It's beautiful, isn't it? The one on the wall is with Tilda.
When I go harder, I might not be doing full quilts. What I might do is I'll do blocks that you can then add onto something. Because sometimes that looks really pretty. You know, if you've got a bag, just a nice FPP block.
Yeah, that's a good idea actually. So it's not too daunting as you're going on. But this is a really manageable size, isn't it? And you're completing potentially your first foundation paper pieced quilt. I do really like, I was really pleased when Sue messaged and she said that she really struggled with piecing and sewing a straight line, and this has really helped her. I think we've always seen it as a bit of an advanced technique, and it's not actually. This is going to really help you if you're a beginner. $58.99 gets you all this fabric. You get 2 meters of your white on white, then you get ½ a meter of each of these beautiful Tilda fabrics. What collection was this from? You told me earlier, didn't you? It's really pretty. The pinks are lovely, ½ a meter of each of those, and then the green. It's the most recent Tilda collection that we've launched. It's really nice.
I can't remember what it's called. It was on the...
It's on the salvage, isn't it?
Yeah.
There it is. The Chic Escape.
Yeah, oh really? I think the pink one, I love the pink fabric.
It's
and
lovely,
the other one's
like the pottery. I love that pottery. Look, if I open it out. Even if, you know, you're not using this fabric for this project, if you're going to do it with solids, keep this fabric for something else, absolutely. Because I don't know whether we're going to see collections of this Tilda fabric anyway. And you'll get your instructions still for Jenny's quilt. ½ a meter of each of those. Now, the one that Jenny was making the quilt up with just then was the Lewis and Irene. So you've got here 2 meters of your white on white. You get ½ a meter of this really, really pretty white with fresh flowers. You've got dandelions on there. You've got the ½ a meter with the yellow background, this time with butterflies. And then you get 1 meter of the lilac, and that's going to be the bottom of your lotus flower. Plus you're getting your lotus bloom pattern and all of your templates for $58.99. There are the other bundles underneath us on the website. Just because of the time, the instructions are also available on their own at £12.99. Really good price as well. Instructions available on their own. They are coming with all of the quilt kits, so don't panic if you have already got all your fabrics. £11.99, there you go. £11.99 and 5 pre-printed templates for you included. all step-by-step instructions. Watch back today's show though. Jot down today's date, watch it back on YouTube at your own convenience, and sew along with Jenny. And any questions that you've got, #sew Jenny Jackson on Facebook or on her website. Now, before we say bye to Jenny, please can we talk about the Love is Love?
Yeah, sure. Just moving all my rubbish out of the way. So just kind of popped it all there.
Okay, we're talking EPP this time.
We are EPP applique. I think the sample was here.
Oh, was it?
I don't think I've got the sample at home. I tend to leave most of them here.
We'll find a picture. Sorry, Michael, we didn't give you a warning for this one. So we've got the rainbow. What are the two colours? Is this the rainbow one?
Yeah, that's the rainbow, and then there's a purpley pink one. It's a nice big tote bag.
So you've got
box bottom.
Your EPP hearts at the top here. You've got your. I like that it's all labelled.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
bag bottom front.
Really nice and easy for you.
Bag back. A bag strap.
Yeah, so the only thing you have to do is add the lining. You've got everything else on there. The box bottom's big, and it's quite a long bag, so you can fit loads of goodies in. If you want to make it shorter, you just cut an inch off the top of the box bottom piece before you want to place it against the heart bit.
Oh, so. Have you demoed this on air before?
Yeah. I think it might have been my last show, to be honest.
It will be on our YouTube show then. It will be on our YouTube channel. It was on the 7th of the 8th, 7th of August.
Yes, so it was my last
plus,
show.
you're getting all of your templates as well, which is obviously those half hearts.
Yes.
And you're also getting your full instructions. That's the rainbow colourway. We then also have the same design in different colourway. So this time, is it all purples?
It's all purples and pinks. It's really pretty.
This is lovely. I love the rainbow. If you prefer the pinks, look at that. Get both.
You know, if you didn't want to make it into a bag, you could do a patchwork cushion with that and just use the other fabrics for something else, pop a different back on it.
Yeah, good idea actually, because look, you've got all of this fabric. All of this fabric that you could use for something else, and use like a cream or an ivory or a natural seeded cotton background even, couldn't you? Just £19.99. I must say, these prices with Jenny are amazing, because bearing in mind, these panels, we all know they generally are £20 anyway for this size panel. Bearing in mind, you're probably going to need maybe half a metre for your lining.
I think it is,
if you want to line
possibly a metre, because you line the straps as well in it.
Right.
I can't remember. It says in the pattern, it's just my memory from the amount of ones that I make. I'll have a look quickly.
They've also got your instructions, and you're getting your paper pieces included, all under £20. Absolutely brilliant.
It's 1 metre for lining.
Perfect. If you want to do it in calico, we've got calico available, and that's really affordable. If you want to keep it, as affordable as possible, just £19.99. Absolutely brilliant. And like you say, it's a really lovely long bag. Nice one to keep all of your quilting bits and bobs in, any rulers or...
Yeah, I would say taking them to quilt shows.
Yeah.
Fill up with all your purchases.
Yeah. Did you do some shopping at Festival of Quilts?
I did not have time to go anywhere.
Not with all the gin that you were handed.
Probably
sitting
true.
having a chat with everybody having gin.
I was quite good. I just sat. I was on the dukey stand. I had my book with me as well, and I just didn't have a chance to look at all.
Maybe that was a good thing. Maybe John
Probably
said that. John said he didn't either.
Yeah.
I'm excited for next year. I was in Crete, so I feel like I had real FOMO watching everybody.
For next year already. I love that place.
Oh, it's going to be so much fun. Are you going to Ali Pali?
I might pop in on the Saturday and Sunday and stay with Adam.
Coming up, isn't it?
One of the nights. Yeah, it's the weekend, I think 6th of October weekend. So I'm either going to go the Friday and the Saturday, or the Saturday and the Sunday, but I'm not going for the whole time.
Right, nice. Well, you might see Jenny there.
I'll be hanging around Dukey.
Yeah.
And Adam.
Yeah. Right, is there anything else that we need to mention, Hannah? I think we're all good. Thank you so much.
It's my pleasure.
When are you back on with us?
16th of October. Yeah, so it's moved slightly further back because I was meant to be doing some other bits and bobs. So it's just to give me the time to make the most of the stuff that I want to design.
Are we going to do another animal?
We are, but I'm not telling you what it is yet.
What was it that you wanted, Hannah?
She wanted a puffin.
Puffin. Do make sure behind Jenny you can see you've got the elephant and the autumn wall hanging, and any of the cushions. In fact, we've restocked them all for today's show, so if you do want to get any of those animal cushions, they're all underneath us on the web. Thank you ever so much. We'll see you next month. We'll see you next month. Okay, so those of you that missed out, we had the 80 weight threads. We're going to do a whole hour bringing back some goodies for you, but also we've got more needles and threads available. So some back in stock. I'm excited to see these Sashko threads. I've never seen them before. I've spotted them on the trolley. They're lovely, and they'll be ideal for hand quilting as well if you want to do a nice bit of hand stitching. Stay where you are. We're back right after this.
Hi everyone, I'm Sally Ann Harrison and I am a patchwork and quilting fanatic, and I've been sewing all my life. I'm currently based here in Bristol, but I used to live in the USA, and that's where I picked up the sewing bug big time. I suppose you could say that my sewing journey began when I was about 8 or 9. I distinctly remember the first thing that I ever made, and it was, I say I ever made on my own. Obviously I did sewing at school, but I came home and I chopped up one of my mother's old uniforms, and she used to work in a store. I cut up these little pieces of cotton and I made myself a bikini top, and I can remember the absolute thrill of putting this little bikini top on and going out on my bicycle and riding up and down the road, and that was the first thing that I ever made, and I was totally smitten. My claim to fame has to be demonstrating at the Houston International Quilt Show. I am very heavily into wool applique, and I developed a technique where you would use a perlé thread on the top of a sewing machine, and they were interested in Houston. I actually went along to demonstrate in open studios whilst the show was on. It was really magical to have so many people that were interested in what I could do with a sewing machine. I am one of the longer running guests now on Sewing Street. Goodness knows how that happened. But I still get an absolute buzz every time I come up and do a demo, and I love receiving your messages and the feedback after the show. It's absolutely amazing. I'm hoping to bring you lots of new techniques and different ideas, so do stick with me and follow my Sewing Street journey.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Hello, welcome back. Jeannie, sending you so much love. She's not very well, she's watching from in bed. She says, I hope you're feeling better soon. Oh, lots of people messaging, sending their love to you, Jeannie. Right, this hour, there is loads and loads here. Oh, should we just do the calico? Because we did say in the last hour that if you want to line the Love is Love bag with calico, you absolutely can. We'll run the graphics for you, and Michael, I think he's going to find it for us. It's just a piece of half a metre of calico. It looks like that. £2.79 a half metre. £2.79 a half metre. And even though it says quilters, you can use it for dressmaking. No, that's not it.
Come back then, please.
He just wants to play catch with wadding. Yeah, it should have come up from the warehouse. I don't know whether it has. It's just £2.79 a half metre. No, I think that's wadding again, isn't it? Yeah.
Sorry, we don't have it here, ladies and gentlemen.
Michael Wolf would like to apologise to everybody that it isn't here.
Sorry, bye.
That's fine. We'll move on. That's fine. There is calico available. Those of you that would like it, not available in the studio, but you'll get it sent to you because it is in the warehouse. That's also wadding. It's the same thing that you've just tried to hand me. He's bought me 3 different sorts of wadding. In fact, no, 2 different types of wadding. That's the same wadding. Can I also just mention, I think this is the last chance, the last day today to get the 3-in-1 light at the latest, at that introductory price. There is nowhere else there's nowhere else that you can get this light at the moment. The only way of getting it is here in Sewing Street, and it will go up to £146.99. The reason that this is so amazing is that you've got this fantastic reinforced neck, so it is really, really lovely and secure and stable. Not only have you got the ability to reposition it where you want it, you can use it on your desk as it's got this really heavy, I think it's about 7 kg. It's a big, heavy base. I mean, it's not It's not heavy that you're not going to be able to move it at all, but it's heavy enough that it's obviously going to counterbalance the weight of the magnifying glass. It's what you need. But my point of telling you the weight was that you're not actually paying any extra postage. It's just £3.95, which is brilliant. Got the ability of having it as a desk light. You also have got an extended pole that comes with it, so you can fix it to the pole, which is spring-loaded, so it's really easy to adjust to whatever height you want. We have different examples. Obviously, you'll be able to just interchange from one magnifying gooseneck. You can put it onto the base to do a floor lamp. You can have it as a desk lamp, or it also comes with a clamp like this. So you can put it onto a desk, you can put it onto a workbench, side of a chair maybe. It also comes with the clamp. Now, the reason that we absolutely love it is we're thinking, obviously, and we've sold hundreds and hundreds of these over the last couple of weeks. I can't find the cord, Michael, to plug it in. Michael! Have you got the lead to plug it in? Did you hear him just say, what? He's got very comfortable in the last 2 weeks here, hasn't he? Do you have the lead for me to plug the light in, please, darling? No, that's wadding. That's still wadding, Michael. I'm only joking. Right, so you have a 1.7 times magnification. Now, we're doing a show about needles and thread, and threading the eye of a needle is difficult, isn't it, without the right light, without your magnifying glass. So let's have a look. Right, under magnification. I can't even lift it up. So there's my little needle. Barely see the eye. Under magnification. And also, if I were to plug it in as well, we'd be able to light it up. It's got two different brightness settings. So you can see there, the eye of the needle, so much clearer than when it were here. 1.75 times magnification. My word, look at him, he's sweating. Thank you. He's been running round for us all morning.
It's all going horribly wrong in the last hour.
No, thank you. Got it.
I don't know if it's
so. Oh, I don't think this is the right cord. Don't think this is the one. Oh no!
My last show, everyone.
Yeah, we won't see Michael at Sewing Street. He's normally at our sister channel, you see. So you have. If I spin it, then you can see this whole section will illuminate. So these are all LED bulbs. That means they're lower in energy, a bit more efficient than using normal bulbs. Thank you. We'll try this. Also, you might have somebody else in the room watching telly, and you might just want to focus the light on your project and not lighting up the whole house. Let's have a go. Hallelujah. There we go. So you've got this lovely ring light effect, and you've got two brightnesses. It looks very, very bright in our studio, but it's a daylight setting. So you've got the one colour, but it's daylight setting, which is really good. So if again, let's have a look. If you are working on an instruction booklet, Charlie, you might need to lower light slightly. Here he is. So your instruction booklet, you've got all your text. If I then put it under here, how much clearer is it how to make the pocket? There you go. Making the sewing needle, machine needle case. You've got it all so clear. 1.75 times magnification. But I did just want to mention it's the last day to be able to get it at this price. Remember, you've got two different brightness settings, 1.7 times magnification. And what a lovely big viewing space as well. As these, when you're looking at magnifying glasses, normally they can be smaller and round, whereas this has almost got the shape of your glasses lens, where you've got this really big window. So if you are doing hand sewing, if you're doing EPP, or if you're doing, even if you're just reading, if you're reading text off some of the, look, for example, this is really small text. We're going to have a look at some needles. We've got some great bundles through the show. This is an embroidery needle set. At the back of it, it's really small writing. So just to be able to see a bit clearer, text on food packaging, text on the back of needles, books, anything like this, I mean, it's really useful to be able to have. The text on the back of different, I mean, look, even this is really small on the back of here. To be able to see to be able to see a lot clearer text. It's so good, isn't it? It's nice to be able to have that 1.75 times magnification, especially as we're going to be losing lots. Oh, sorry, we're going to be losing lots of. Well, it's already happening, isn't it? Losing light at about 8 p.m. now. Okay, so that's your 3-in-1 light. Native lighting is going to come directly from Claire from Native Lighting, but it's still covered under our 1P&P. So even if you're buying some needles today, and then you add this to your order, it's still all covered. Right. If you have any questions about it, let me know. It's got a 2-year warranty. I think I've mentioned more or less all of the bits and bobs about it, but let me know if I've missed anything. Shall we do our sewing machine bundle of needles? Now we've got hand sewing needles and we've also got machine needles. We were talking just to Jenny about the importance of replacing your needles after doing different projects. So we've done bundles like this before. We've done bundles, but I mean, we've seen ones with sort of 15 packs of different ones, whereas Hannah's actually selected these of more what she thinks more universal, more useful needles that you might need and might use more regularly. So here you've got your universal needles, you've got quilting needles. So these are slightly sharper, obviously designed to go through more layers. You've got your sharps. You've also got your top stitch needles, so they're designed with a slightly bigger hole at the eye there to be able to put thicker thread for top stitching, heavier thread. You've also got your embroidery machine needles, ballpoint needles if you're working with stretch fabric, if you're working with jerseys, then put your ballpoint needles in. Jean needles, heavier weight fabrics. The way that the needle is shaped at the bottom is slightly different. Great for bags as well and denim. And then you've also got your leather needles as well. Now there is a difference. Do not use leather on PU. They are for leather, so just use them for leather. But that's a really lovely bundle, and it's just £21.40. Under 20. There you go. £19.99. Look at this. I mean, to be able to get your sharps. And what's so useful, I mean, I showed you on the back of these earlier, it says here, if you're not quite sure, right, when is it that I use my sharps needles? On the back it says for silks, microfiber fabrics, for penetrating densely woven fabrics. Sharp Point also produces perfectly straight top stitching and smooth buttonholes. Used with cotton, fine and medium weight, polyester silk and rayon thread. Best for silk, microfiber, rayon, synthetic suede and densely woven lightweight fabric. So it'll explain to you when is the best time to use one of those needles. Under £20. Thank you for that bundle, Hannah. Your embroidery, they're specially coated, they've got a larger eye, and also they are made to, when you're doing embroidery, it's a lot quicker, your stitches are always a lot quicker, so the needles, they're made especially for that technique. Use the right tools for the job, so it's good to have all of those different handy needles, isn't it? I have. If you've got all of these needles, I was just thinking, I mean, they come in a nice little pack, you can see what they are, but once you take them out, oh really? This is great. So Rebecca Reed has thought ahead, and she has designed for these packets a needle case. So in here, you keep all your sewing machine needles. You can see, oh my gosh, this is beautiful fabrics as well. Amber Makes panel. You get your instructions, and you also get a little book to make for your hand sewing needles. And then you've got like a folder, so you can keep all your hand sewing needles already in there when you're using them. They all have their own little, they have their own little space. But then here, look, you've got the pocket for your machine needles. So you put them literally in the packet. They've got their own little one. Oh, well, that was ballpoint. I got it the wrong way. There you go, ballpoint, embroidery, your jeans. Oh, you've picked all the right ones as well. Leather, quiltings, sharps. So you haven't put in stretch. Strips and ballpoint are very similar, to be fair to you, aren't they? Universal. And then look, there you go. Special, spares, and in the machine. How good is that? So then you know which ones are in the machine. Now, Rebecca did actually come on air, I believe, and make this. But look, you've got beautiful little hand sewing needle case, extra notions and labels, a sewing machine. This is always so popular every single time it comes on. It's ever so useful. This was originally on the 30th of November last year. Oh no, in fact, 2020. 2020 this was originally on. Gosh, how long have we been here? That's crazy, isn't it? 2020. Your needle case collection, make a matching pair of needle cases, one for hand sewing needles and one for your machine sewing needles. So we thought about this. Not only are you getting all of your instructions as well, you've got your panel for your for both. You've got your bundle for your machines. We're also going to do you a bundle of your hand sewing needles as well. Have a bit of a sort through. Hand sewing needles. Yes, yes please. So we have got here, gosh, you've thought of everything, you've thought of everything. Milliners, all these look like nice long ones. Jenny might use these for EPP, There you go, so you've got your milliners, you've got leather, you've got tapestry, long darners, quilting needles. You've got chenille. I don't know why I have to say it like that. Embroidery, sharps. You've got your beading needles as well. And your chenille. I feel like it sounds like a name. American name. Just £13.99 for all of them. Again, it's about having the right tools for the job, isn't it? So to be able to have all of these different hand sewing needles all ready to go, embroidery needles, chenille needles, see it will tell you on the back again what they are, different size. Look, you've got tapestry needles there with the really big eye. Put your yarn in, long darning needles in there as well. £13.99 for a pack of 9. Just in case, maybe you've got your panel ready to make your needle case. There's some needles to put in your needle case. That'd make a nice gift for somebody, wouldn't it? £13.99. Or gives it to somebody who likes sewing. Give them the panel and the instructions and then all of these needles. £13.99. Oh, that's going to go. That is going to go. Now, it's all well and good having all of these hand sewing needles, getting your EPP project, and then saying, right, well, I've really struggled threading the eye of a needle, especially as it's getting more autumnal, darker nights drawing in. This is brilliant. And then you've got 3 here, whether you're keeping one on the move, one upstairs, one downstairs, or whether you're going to keep one for yourself, 2 for gifts. They're brilliant. They are brilliant. So you're getting a red, a green, and a blue. They all do the same thing. So I thought initially, oh, is there colour for different needles? Is there colour for different weights of thread? No, they all kind of do all. So you can use whichever one you want. Now, they do come with a set of instructions, but it's so easy. I'll show you how you do it right now. So they're all exactly the same. Now, I'm just going to move this over so you can see really clearly. So here, you've got your little case. It slides off. Keep this, though, because look, you can keep your needles that you're using in there. Once they're threaded, keep them in there. So you can slide them off. Also, you can turn it upside down and use this as a little base. Oh, hang on. Have I wedged it on the wrong way? There you go. Pop it on. And then what you do is you get yourself your hand sewing needle. The eye of the hand sewing needle goes into the bottom. Now, I believe, I need to watch Irene's show back to remember, but is this one for weightier threads? I know you can thread wool and all sorts with it. She does all sorts. Thicker tapestry, you know, threading as well. So if you get your thread, you just literally drape it over this section here. And then this little lever pushes the thread across, pull it through. Now I'm just going to pull the one side through. There you go. Give it a little tug, check it's worked, and it has, straight away. How quick and how easy is that? Oops. So you can see, oh, let's do it again, even closer, Michael Wolf. Now you see, because I'm not going to lie to you, Hannah was saying to me, oh gosh, you're going to try and do it live on air. It might not go right first time on air. Look, here we go. Come and see. So what I'll do is I'll show you what it's doing. There is a little, can you see it there? A little lever that's actually pushing the thread through the hole and into the eye of the needle. So as long as your eye of the needle is straight, I think when you put it in there, as long as it's not rattling around, it's in the right place, I think. We'll see. So we drape the thread over. We push it through. Can you see? It's caught. I'm going to pull it through. And there it is. It's threaded. My needle is threaded. Voila. So quick, so easy. And it's one of those things that if you've got it in your stash, you've got it. You don't then need to come back and get another one. It's not going to break. It's not going to, you're not going to need to change any blades or anything like that. Have one in your kit on the go, one in your kit in your sewing room, and one maybe for a Christmas present. One more look. For if you missed it, eye of the needle down, pop it into here, then literally push it across, it's caught, and it's threaded. Really quick. So if you're putting off doing the binding on the back of a quilt, if you're doing your EPP and you're putting it off because you're thinking you can't thread the eye of a needle, you can with one of these. Just £20 for all three. And as I said, once you've purchased it once, you've got it then. And it does then also have this little compartment which you can then store any of your needles, maybe one that's all ready to go in there. Pop the lid on and keep it all contained. So comes with some instructions. There's some great YouTube videos on there as well if you've forgotten how to do it, but it's very, very easy. All three, don't forget that's a bundle of 3 and you are making a saving actually if you're getting all 3, because I think they're about £8 each normally. I think they're about £8 each, so you're getting a really good save. No, they're not. They're £9.99 each, aren't they? I think you're getting one free if I'm not mistaken. I have to try and remember, but we've only got the bundle today anyway. If you do want it, I don't think we've got them individually anymore. I'm sure that they're £10 individually, but correct me if I'm wrong. £20, if I'm remembering Ian rightly, you make a saving getting all 3, so go for it. Am I right? Red, blue and green, remember, no difference in the colour. They all work exactly the same. I think the one section though with the lid there. Oh, there was a lady who said, what about if you were to do it whilst you're sewing? So if you're sewing and the thread is already attached to your project, can you still thread it? And Irene always said the answer was no. But then somebody at a show said, if you take this off, the top comes off. Can you see here? Oh, I've got to remember this. I've never done this on air and I'm not quite sure if I remember how it works. But because of the way that this has been made, there's a little ridge down the side of it. So you can, if you take that top off, can you remember, what was it that Irene said? If you pull this through, watch the show back. Oh, I've pulled it apart, but look, oh, here we go. So if you then pull it through that section there, yes, you can do it. You don't have to take it away from your project. So you can still thread it whilst it's threaded. I mean, that wasn't how it was designed, but a lady actually discovered that when she had it at home. If you took that little lid off, you can also thread your needle whilst it's attached to a project. How good's that? How good is that? Right. Only available in the bundle today, £20 for all 3. We love those. We sell them in the hundreds as well when lovely Irene is here. So if you've don't normally get to do them outside of Irene's shows, but we are doing a show talking about needles and threads, so we had to add those ones in. This has been on the table all day. I've never seen this before. I've never seen it. if you don't have a creative grid ruler, now we always talk about creative grid rulers that have got grippy bits on the bottom, so they tend to sort of stay in place. This, if you don't have a ruler that is that has got grips, or if you just want to feel more secure, then right, so if you can't always put your hands flat onto things, then this has got 2 of those little grippers. Clip them down. There you go. Oh my God, I've unclipped. So if you then do these suction things, do you sometimes have to wet them? Do you know, like, oh, there you go. Oh yeah, that's super secure. Ooh, super secure. Obviously my table is wobbly now. You attach it obviously to your ruler. If you don't have the dexterity to always hold your hand down on the ruler whilst you're cutting, or maybe the height. Our desks are quite high here, but if you don't have that height, this can give you that extra bit of height to lean on it when you're cutting. If your ruler doesn't have a grip on it, it's brilliant. It's only $7.99. That is really good. So press it down. There are only single figures left of these now, so if you have got it in your basket, we should start using this on air more. This is great, isn't it? Hello, Derek. I've not seen you for ages because obviously you're always working the week when I'm here. But he said, hi Vicky, good to see you. Will you be selling overlock and needles? As you said, you do need the correct tools for the job. We do need some overlocking needles. I'll put it to the team because we don't have any. We don't have any. Good shout, Derek. Your ruler grip is only just $7.99, so we thought we'd mention it today. We were going to bring it out earlier on. That is fab. Remember, last opportunity, a few of these have just gone into baskets, is the last chance to get the 3-in-1 lamp at this price. I spoke to Barry after the show the other day and he assured me, he said, we've taken all of Claire's stock, like we're going to have to wait for her to restock to be able to get these. I think that it's completely surpassed all our expectations. We're all aware of the weather change, the light change, and how handy it's going to be to have your 3-in-1. Our most popular light's always been the Lumina floor lamp. So to be able to have the option of having a magnifying glass on a floor lamp, and also that LED light, as well as having, you know, almost like this ring light effect, and a desk lamp and a clamp lamp all in one, on split pay for $69.99. Brilliant. Last chance to get it at that price. It will go up to $146.99, just to make you aware. I love my little, I love my needle thread. I just want to say hi and thanks to Eileen at her stall at Festival of Quilts. She's got a free magnetic thread cutter as well, Christine. Oh, lovely. Was she at Festival then? They're always really, really popular at quilt shows, aren't they? Because they're so useful, so useful. Especially as this year it seems to have crept up on us really quickly. I think it's because we've gone from like 40-degree heat and, you know, being in the high 20s for the last few weeks, and then all of a sudden it's like, hang on, it's dark at 8 o'clock. It's bizarre. So the Calms 80 weights completely sold out. Oh, I've got this really spiky bit on the end of my microphone today. If I keep going like this, it keeps digging into me. Stop laughing. So the Calms that we had of 80 weight completely, I believe, is sold out. There might be a couple, it's worth having a look. If you want the 50 weight, these are the jumbo spools. We always have these on reorder because they are so popular. So always think about, obviously, when we're buying our favourite Liberty, our favourite William Morris, our beautiful designer fabric, we talk about investing, you know, in the good quality fabrics. What's holding it together? If you want your seams to last longer, your seams to be stronger, you don't want to be breaking your thread as much, then invest in good quality threads. Orifil, my word, is beautiful. It's Italian made. It's also absolutely beautiful to stitch with. It's fine in your bobbin, it's fine in your machine. You get 1,300 meters on each spool. It's going to go a long way. Great for your machine piecing. It's 50 weight as well. Now, even though we were talking about 80 weight, it's not as fine as the 80 weight. Obviously, the lower the number, the thicker the thread. Don't worry, you don't need to get all different packs. You can still use this for EPP. So if you're starting out and you're thinking, oh, I don't know whether I'm going to to love EPP. I want to give it a go though. Use this one. Use your grey thread in your 50 weight and it's still absolutely fine. You've got cream, white, grey and black, so all very, very useful colours. I must say, I'm always tempted when you see those beautiful packs of bright colours of Aurifil, but when you actually think about what is in the machine the majority of the time, you're probably going to steer towards starting out getting maybe the smaller reels of the nice bright colours and the variegated and decorative stitching, but for your main piecing and to having your bobbin, etc., then it's probably a good place to start having these necessities, and they are ones that you are always going to use, you're always going to go to, 1,300 metres on each, so it's going to go a long way. And I always, when I first heard about Aurifil, I always thought, well, that's a luxury. That's one of those that's, you know, more expensive. But actually, if you break it down, it's not. So if you think there's 1,300 metres on each spool, your basic, your run-of-the-mill polyester threads, you'll have 100 metres on each, and you can pay between £1.50 to £2 a spool for that. You have got here more than 10 times the amount of thread on each spool. So if you do the maths and work out the price, I'm not going to do it here, but price per metre is actually really good, or price per 100 metre. You can't work it out alone, did you just say? But there is, it does work, doesn't it? It is a really, really great price. Charlie's really clever. He'll be able to help us with the maths because I get a bit discombobulated. So how do we work it out? The price per 100 metre. 100 metres, fine. So you've got 1,300 metres on each spool. So that's times 4. Times that by 4. 5,200 metres in total. And then I'm presuming, do you divide that by 52?
Divide 35.99 by 52.
Divide 35.99 by 52.
Yes.
I'm so pleased we've got Michael Wolf here. 69 pence a 100 metre, which is amazing if our maths are right.
It's right. It's right.
I think we're right. There you go. We've got another 50 weight pack. Oh, that's digging in again, Michael. I've got this. I don't know what you.
Is it the pointy end?
I've got a real pointy end. You see it?
No.
Oh my word, that is amazing. Right, so we've got the Garden State of Mind collection. This is beautiful. I think her name's Debbie. Is it Debbie? The guest from Hobby Makers just come in. She wanted to show me because she's this morning put her hair around one of these, you know how you can do it around a dressing gown thing, no heat, and yeah, her hair is like ringlets. Really curly. She wanted to show me how well it worked. She's just come in to show me. So you've got here 50 weight, beautiful colours, 5 spools. So this time you're getting 200 metres on each spool. So double the amount that you would normally have on a standard Gutermann, you know, or any other polyester. Well, I love the Gutermanns. They're lovely quality polyester. But if you want to work with 100% cotton, and I remember when I first again started learning about Aurifil, and I was talking to lots of quilters, and I said, right, so why do you like to use cotton thread for piecing? And the argument always was, if I'm working with 100% cotton fabric, I want to match it up with 100% cotton thread, because over time, and I mean years and years and years and years and years and years and years, they'll wear away at different stages if you're using polyester against cotton. I mean, I'm talking way into the future. But if you are making those heirloom quilts, if you're wanting them to last the test of time, that's what I was always told, is to match up. If you're working with polyester, then yeah, absolutely go with the polyester thread. If you're working with cotton fabric, go with cotton thread. And it is, unlike cotton thread that you probably may have worked with in the past, years ago, the way it's been developed now, you get extremely high quality cotton threads that are a lot stronger than they used to be. Also, they are colourful, so they are the most beautiful, striking colours as well. I think a reason a lot of people used to sort of steer towards polyester was because of the strength and because of the bright colours you get, whereas Aurifil are, I mean, technology. They are very, very famous in the world of cotton threads. I just noticed I do look like the Statue of Liberty there, don't I? If I position my head right in front of the spikes. Right, we have here my Sashko threads. Those of you, can we do these now, Hannah? Those of you that love hand sewing, Sashko, yeah, maybe we shouldn't call them Sashko Essential Packs. Do you know the reason? It's because I think it's Shannon Jason is a Sashko, I don't know, enthusiast. That's the reason that she's put these together and she's called them Sashko. But hand quilting lovers, get these because they are, what weight are they? 12 weight. So they are a lot heavier than your, like I wouldn't put these, obviously they wouldn't go in your bobbin or into your sewing machine even. Before you get to floss, these are the heaviest weights that Aurifil do. In the weight of thread that they do, then they do sort of floss and wool. Right, I don't know the answer to this. I'm going to ask Hannah if she would. Could I use it in the top of my sewing machine for top stitching? I'm thinking on jeans. You know when you have that lovely, really nice, yeah, you can. You can use it for top stitching in your machine. When you're using it in your top, don't use it in the bobbin. So if you're using it in the top, use a normal 58 in the bobbin. You can't see in the pack here, but you've got a variegated. I'm going to do it. Oh, I'm opening the pack. Now, it does give you lots of help and guidance on the Aurifil website. So if you want to know what you're using them for, have a look on the website, because we're calling them Sashko Essentials here. Obviously, you've got your white and you've got your blue if you want to do Sashko, but also you've got red work. Think about Mandy Shaw's projects. Chartreuse. These would be lovely for buttonholes. These would be great for a plique. Imagine doing a hand stitch, a plique project with a beautiful blanket stitch. Or in your machine. If you can do it for top stitch, you can do it for a plique. What I would do is if you've got a plique stitcher on your machine, make it longer so you've got a bigger blanket stitch or a bigger zigzag. It will look amazing. Satin stitch. Also, those of you that love hand quilting, these can be used for hand quilting. How beautiful will that variegated thread look when you're hand quilting? $47.99, 6 large spools. You've got that beautiful plum. You've got red. You've got chartreuse. You've got your blue and white, all for $47.99. They are large spools once again, so obviously it's a heavier weight thread, but you're still getting 325 meters on each spool. Again, 100% cotton, Aurifil thread. Those of you that do know hand quilting, then I'm sure that you'll be all over this. But we don't often do it here because obviously we don't get to that stage and sit in hand quilting. But there are some beautiful hand stitching, hand quilting ideas. Have a look on Pinterest. There's a bit of Sashko. You can do Sashko designs. But look at the beautiful hand quilting you can do. Just on solids. Just on some of your favourite fabrics without doing patchwork. Some of my favourite quilts I've seen that are really expensive to buy. If you just have lovely patch quilts, these threads will be perfect for hand quilting. Look, applique, hand applique. Oh gosh, these are going to be lovely for all these projects. And it really sort of stands out. I think it gives a hand-made finish. It's a whole world of new techniques and new skills to learn. And also, if you are getting the lamp and you do want to have a go at doing, oh sorry, that's a bit magnified, but do you know what I mean? If you are investing in the lamp, maybe you are thinking, maybe actually I am going to try and do a bit more hand sewing, maybe I am going to do some hand quilting. If you've got the lamp, maybe get the threads as well whilst you're paying that one postage and packaging. And they're all those beautiful colours for Christmas as well. Christmas. You've got that nice red and white. Gorgeous. Right. So, they are brand new to me. First time I've ever even seen those on air. Aurifil, they are called Sashiko, but as I said, think about all of the other possibilities that you have with your hand sewing. Fabulous. I'm going to pass these to you, Michael. Oh, the machine needles bundles before we put them away. Just to recap, I think this is the last of stock now. I think this is it. If you do want all of these different machine needles, I think a lot of people are getting Amber make as well there. Look at all of these. You've got universal, embroidery, top stitch, ballpoint, jeans, leather, quilting and sharps, all for less than £20. We did drop the price. You're making a bit of a saving on these today. We love a saving, don't we? Especially, you know, if you've paid your postage and packaging already, stock up on your machine needles. They do say that you should change your sewing machine needle every 8 hours, or every new project that you start, you should change your machine needle. We always talk about, you know, changing your blade and your rotary cutter and things like that. But that can always be one of the key points, actually. If your machine isn't working so well, if it's skipping stitches, if it's making lots of noise, then the first thing that a lot of the experts say is, have you changed your sewing machine needle? And that could be one of those really quick and easy fixes where you think that your machine's messing up or you're not doing a great job. It could just literally be that you need a new sewing machine needle in there. Having the right needle for the job will also really help. So if you're working on stretch, having those ballpoint needles. If you're working on leather, having a leather needle. If you're doing machine embroidery, having a machine embroidery needle is going to also really, really help with the end result. Just $19.99 for that whole pack. Do you know what I've spotted, Hannah, which I'd really like to do? You know, as we're talking about needles and threads, and we were talking to Jenny Jackson about what she uses to condition her Aurifil, even though it doesn't always. Lots of cotton threads can get very fluffy as you're hand sewing with them. Aurifil, they don't. They are absolutely beautiful, but she still conditions her thread because she said if you get a little bit of a knot in there, it literally easily pings out once you've conditioned your thread. Now, there's lots of different ways of conditioning your thread. Beeswax, quite a traditional way. Those of you that don't want to use beeswax, this is a hyper-energetic formula that has been developed by an American company, actually. And this is a brilliant one because it doesn't freeze or melt in hot or cold temperatures. It will prevent tangling and fraying. And can you see these little ridges? You literally can slide your thread easily through. It comes with a little lid as well. It protects against mold and mildew as well. So if they are going to become heirloom quilts in your family, then it's worth thinking about. There's another great way of using this. So not only do you get this one for your hand sewing, it's still the same in your machine needles, in your machine sewing as well. So this little part here, you actually put, can you zoom in? Or do you want me to get the magnifying glass? Let me show you. Let me see if I can show you the this section here. So this is the bit here you can stick to your machine, I believe. Look, there you go. And it means it can glide through. That was a recent addition because it used to be a separate one, didn't it? So they've got that pot actually on the top. They're running it through as they wind their bobbin, which is another way of using it. They've just added this one, and this has got a little sticky back as well. It's got a sticker on the bottom, there you go, it's got a sticker on the bottom which you take off, and then you put this section onto your sewing machine and you run your thread through as you're threading it up. It says to adjust the tension slightly and run the machine, and it will just condition your thread as you go. We love thread magic. I don't see it on the show very often, so if you do hand sewing, lots of hand sewing, it is a good idea to condition your thread, as Jenny was explaining. Right. Is there anything else that I can mention, Hannah? Sorry. have a look underneath us on the website, because there's quite a few bits and bobs that we didn't get a chance to get to. We haven't managed to get to everything, and there were lots that were scheduled in this hour. I have also got some hand cream. As the weather's starting to change, if we are doing hand sewing, getting your hands used to it. I know Jenny's hands are so used to doing all our hand sewing, but this is actually designed especially for hand sewers. The reason that Karen, who developed seams, actually developed this was because she started doing making hats. She went on a milliner's course making hats, and she said her hands were in ruins, and they said that there wasn't really a hand cream out there in the market that were designed especially for hand sewers, so she developed this. It smells lovely. It's nice when the weather's changing to look after your hands anyway, especially as they are the tools of our trade, aren't they, as sewers. It's a lovely gift as well for people. I have got 3 or 4 of these in my gift cupboard, ready for anybody's birthday that I've forgotten. It's a nice gift, especially as we're getting back into those winter months. It's the first time since January that Maisie's got a cold at the minute, and I thought, it's getting to that time of year again, isn't it? Getting sniffly hands and noses. So if you are back to, always using your hand gel, look after your hands and keep them nice and soft with the fast absorbing Seams hand cream, just £14.99. I've got this in my bathroom downstairs as well. I think John Scott tells everybody that. I know, I love it. It smells so nice. It smells really, really fresh. Not overly floral, not overly clinical, but it's really lovely, and it's filled with lots of gorgeous ingredients to make your skin feel very, very soft. But it doesn't leave any greasy residue on your fingers, which is what you want when you're working with your nice fabrics. £14.99. Have a look through the website. Don't forget Jenny Jackson's elephant cushion, and of course her autumnal wall hanging that she launched today, as well as the FPP quilts. They're still available. If you're watching on a replay, please do speak to the team. They're here all day and night if you want to ask any questions. Tomorrow's show, I'm back with you on Tuesday next week, Tuesday, Wednesday. I think you have got Bex Reed tomorrow, brand new Tula Pink. Not only have you got a quilt kit, you've also got fabrics as well. Is this a brand new guest? Sandy? Sandy's been here before. It's the first time I'll have seen Sandy. Oh, very nice. She's a newer guest, so you may be meeting her as well for the first time. She's got Cake Shop and Enjoy the Ride cushion at 9 o'clock, and she's also got an Amber Makes thread spool cushion as well, with Bex as well. That's good. So you're getting all the expertise with the designer as well. 9 o'clock sewing room tools, and then Yarn Lane at 12 o'clock with Sam Sabido, Adventures in Crafting, one of our favourites. Hobby Maker about to take over with us. You have got brand new Gemini Reveal. Oh, that window collection is beautiful. Really, really beautiful. All available on today's Hobby Maker this afternoon, before all taking us down till 6 o'clock this evening if you want more crafting. Thank you so much for your company this morning. Sending you lots and lots of love your way. And Bex will be joining you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. See you Tuesday. Bye.